Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, police service lieutenant.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Alrighty. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thanks for joining me this morning. We are about to get ready to kick things off. I'm a few minutes late. I apologize. But sleeping in was so wonderful this morning. It's raining here for the first time in I don't know how long. It's been at least a week and a half, which in North Carolina that constitutes a drought. It's been forever, but it's been raining. We've got thunder. The utility pole outside my house that my fiber internet is connected to is balanced precariously on a smashed middle section that got hit by a truck yesterday. I'm hoping the wind doesn't blow because it will take my internet down. That's where we are today. That's how we're kicking things off. And let's see. I think I've got, where's my mouse? There we go. We've got just a little problem. So we can fix it. Connecting. It's not wanting to connect. We'll fix it this way then. Man, like they're wrong. Oh, I'm on my Airbnb network. That's not going to do me any good. Okay, we'll try again. Oh, and I'm under a flash flood warning, apparently. I'm getting alerts right now on my phone. Not just alerts, but Stinger is reaching out to me because I've done some video work for them in the past. And they're like, hey, can we pay you to go out and film the flash flood in your neighborhood right now? I'm like, nope, I'm just ignoring that that's happening. We're going to pretend everything is all right. Right now, we'll just take the water. We'll take the water. We need it. And speaking of water, Weather Watch did yesterday send me 2 cases of water. I'm waiting for a phone call, local phone call, which I'll have to take off the air because we're send our car in for a tune-up before we go on our little family trip because we don't want it to break while we're out, halfway across the country in Nebraska somewhere. That's like the worst case scenario. And they've had it for a couple days and they have not said a word. So I called them back this morning. They're like, yeah, Scott, yeah, hang on. Customers are here. Can I call you right back? I said, sure. Sure. Just call me back right back. This number? Yeah, this number. That was half an hour ago. So we'll see. The water was for Kitty. The kitty has been drinking the water. Let me see if I can. I've got a picture I can share with you. We will be talking about the Alec Baldwin trial here in just a minute. We'll do a little bit of recap what happened yesterday. I will start the commands working so everyone can take a seat. We're going to do all the things this morning. It's going to be great. I'm sorry, I forgot. I completely spaced that one. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. It works now. I fixed it. Okay, so let me see if I can. To find a picture. There we go. Let's send this over to.
Shame on you, sir.
Shame on me. Let's see. Let's delete
Have them
that
send
one.
someone with more experience.
Who actually needs a seat though? When you think about it. Okay, it's a little funky angle, but it actually works. So here's my cat.
When are we going to break for lunch?
Drinking out of a Deer Park bottle. This is how he drinks.
Apocalypse may be upon us.
Drinks. We will do a recap here for those that missed day one.
I saw a chicken fight.
Saw a chicken fighting. I think I'll send this to Deer Park. Says, hey, now will you sponsor us? Now will you sponsor us? Seriously, my cat demands only Deer Park water. Anyway, once the car's back, then I can go to the post office because I think Kitty has a present coming at the post office. So we'll see. Anyway, so he's been fed and beveraged this morning. He was going to give water to Kitty while you're gone. We've got friends that we've actually swapped. We've taken care of their pets, their cats, and everything while they're gone, and we'll just swap the other way around. That's how it works. All right, no Sarah Boone yet. Let's do a quick check. We've got a couple things we have to do. First of all, we've got to welcome the winner of the internet, which was who was that today? Let's see. That was, I believe that is Rianne K. It was Rianne K. There you are. Congratulations, Rianne. You were first in chat this morning. You beat everybody else. It was quiet. It was calm. You burst through the door and you just yelled hi. And we call that a crime, breaking the stillness of the morning. And because of that, we're going to find you, adjudicate you guilty, and sentence you at the same time because we are judge, jury, and executioner. We're going to sentence you to internet ownership, which means everything internet related is on your shoulders today. And this is a big job because my telephone pole, I would say, is internet related. And if that telephone pole comes down, I'm just going to need you to get on it. And what that means is you need to call all 5 or 6 utility companies that have lines on that pole, because every single one of those companies has to be here before they replace that pole. They've all got to have trucks here because no one wants to touch anyone else's line because they're like, I don't want to touch it because if I break it, then I'm in trouble. So we need everybody here. It's madness. One guy could probably do it in 15 minutes with the right truck. But no, we need like 7 different companies and trucks here. They're going to block off the whole road like they did yesterday for a quarter mile. Anyway, they opened the road back up, so traffic is flowing again. But that's it. Let's also. So anyway, internet ownership, all yours. If you want, Rianne, a certificate commemorating this occasion, you can go to the shopping page on our YouTube channel and pay the low fee, the fine of 50 cents, and receive a fill in the blank downloadable version that will commemorate this win. It's already pre-signed by both myself, yours truly, and my boss, Mrs. R.A. And it's suitable for framing, or use it as a cover sheet for your CV. Blow it up, put it on the wall, whatever you want to do. It would look great. Anyway, just keep the internet going. A little gaffer tape should fix it. Say my name. I saw that. All right, we now have to sing happy birthday because there's a party every day here. There's a party every day. We're going to sing happy birthday to those who have birthdays today. As we're getting ready to kick off, we will do recaps. We will do all the things this morning. And believe it or not, I think we're still going to have plenty of time before court starts because this court is in New Mexico and it's like on the other side of the world, or it might as well be for how many time zones away it is. It takes forever for them to start in the morning, which means we're going to run late. So hopefully nothing's on your schedule, say, I don't know, dinner time plus, because we're going to be here late. Elspeth Sinclair, hello from Scotland. Oh, my goodness. Hello, welcome. You're going to be up late, or early, I guess, in your case. All right, so we're going to sing. We're going to sing Happy Birthday. By we, I mean all of us. So I'm going to start the music, and you're going to sing with me. So first, everybody stand up wherever you are. Cubicle, car. No, not car, but everywhere else. Just stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, breathe with your diaphragm, not with your chest, like that. Don't breathe. Yeah. Anyway, deep breath. We're going to project our voices to the back of the room. Blend your voice with those of your neighbors. We're going to warm up together and sing to all those who have a birthday. Allison Jones, Betsy, Samantha, the throne is mine, Oliver, L Diamonds, all celebrating their birthday. Warm up. Ready? La 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 la. There we go. Here we go. Dancers, are they ready? Go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Allison Jones, Betsy, Samantha, the throne is mine, Oliver, L Diamonds. Happy birthday to you. Why does everyone have long names at the same time? Allison Jones, Betsy, Samantha, the throne is mine, Oliver, L Diamonds, all celebrating their happy day. today. Happy birthday to you. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could be celebrating with, but you've chosen to be here with us, and that privilege and pleasure is all ours. Thank you very much. If there's anything we can do to make your day just a little bit better, just let us know. We do everything in our power. We don't have much power, but if we do, we'll do it. So, happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. The day is young. Go get yourself a stack of pancakes. IHOP, Denny's, both of them, I believe, are still in business last time I checked. And I know that because I haven't gone there. When I go there, then status is not so sure. But get yourself some free pancakes when you can. Today's a great day for those. Dancers, you did a fabulous job. Absolutely amazing. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anyone else on the birthday list. I think we got them all. Danny Austin was only half in the leotard. Looks great, man. Sorry, I didn't see anything. I promise. All right. Paula Max says, I'm trying to get all the other patients to sing and dance with me. Yes. Dog is singing too. They do that when I sing. Dogs like to sing along with me. All right. Looking good. Good thing my Tesla's self-driving. Still standing was tricky. The sunroof helps, right? Oh my goodness. What a wonderful day. Happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. I think we have a drum solo coming up quickly. So let's see. Oh no, we've got one more verse. Last verse. Everyone gather together. Get out if you have your drumsticks for your air drums, please get them. If not, just pretend you have them. Big drum finish. Ready? There it was. Looks beautiful. And all of us were in time and on the rhythm. That was beautiful. Thank you. The music has stopped, but the party does not. Please continue to celebrate your birthday all day. And thank you very much for being here. A couple other things we have to celebrate. Some anniversaries. 9 months for Melissa Filson. Says 9 whole months. Love being here with you all. Thank you, Melissa, and congratulations on the 9 months. Donna Turner, member for 2 months, says, all this due to the lovely person who gifted me in the beginning. It's the first one's always free, right? That's what they say about addiction. Krista says, I need a seat at 15 months. I deserve it. I gave you your seat, Krista. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Taminator61, good morning. Professional lurker here. Less than 2 months, and I will be a first-time Grammy. Thanks, Scott, for all you do. I didn't do anything to make you a Grammy, just for the record. Okay, let's separate those two. These are different, completely different ideas, but we are super excited that you've got a grandchild on the way. Congratulations, and it will come right at your year mark, which is awesome. Congratulations there. Pauline Phillips, best place to spend my days. All right, you're the best. Kind words, a little over generous on that, but I appreciate the sentiment, Pauline. Congratulations on 17 months. One of our OGs. Thank you very much. Let's see. Stephanie, it is a way to start the day. I'll say that. I'm not sure. I'll just say it's a way to start the day. I'm not sure if it's amazing, but it's how we started it. So if you like it, that's wonderful. All right, we have a lot to cover here a little bit. I missed Twubble. 12 months. There you go. A year, Twubble. You've got your orange courthouse says I feel like a slacker, but it's been a great year. Oh, man. I can't think of anything I accomplished, but I can tell you every trial we watched, right? Misty Harris, member for 6 months with the Yellow Courthouse. Congratulations, Misty. Hey, guys, great to be here every day. Have a lovely day. Misty, have a lovely day yourself. I almost said hell for some reason. And that is appropriate for those that know the inside joke. Hell chat. Somebody a long time ago was trying to say hello chat, and they sent a super chat or a membership message, and they just said hell chat, and it was like hell to you too. Anyway, so Misty Harris, have a great day. It was wonderful. All right. We have things happening, right? We have things happening. Obviously, court is just everyone's gathering. The circus is happening there. There's nothing happening at the courthouse for a little while. We've got some time going there. I love Polo. Are you going to fix it?
I saw a chicken fight.
I saw a chicken fighting. Give me just 1 second, because I'm pretty sure. Oh, lightning has been detected 2 miles from your location. Let me see. Where's my downloads? I want to see if the original sound is right. So give me just a second to it's going to be here. And then let me just look for Polo. All right. So here's the audio. It's going to play it obviously in iTunes because why not?
I saw a chicken fight, very colorful chicken fighting another chicken. I don't remember ever seeing that happen.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Okay, so
The pet bird.
let's see. The pet bird. That's something different. All right, so let me shut down music really
Because
quickly,
he's the guy.
and let's reset up that command for Polo. Polo's down here. Audio. Delete that one. Drag this one in.
I saw a chicken fight.
Hang on, it's not quite done yet. Okay, I've recreated it. Now I'm going to test it. I'll do it myself. It's all right. You don't have to do anything.
I saw a chicken fight.
It doesn't like it. It's too long for some reason.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Welcome. We just had a Mac raid. Vicky tends to miss her own raids, but welcome, Vicky.
I saw a chicken fight.
It shows it's supposed to be the right length of time, and I don't know why it's cutting off.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Well, we'll figure it out, or we won't, as the case may be. But welcome, Paula. I tried. Where are we?
Someone with more experience.
Where's the clip of RA saying the incredulous word? Is that? I think you meant incredulous. Thal on Twitter has just a cut from it.
Squirrel.
Let's see. All right, let's start with a little backup. As we're still waiting, we don't have any cameras in the courtroom yet, or at least nothing turned on, so we've got plenty of time. I'm monitoring all the different feeds that could possibly be monitored. We're there. We're with everybody. So, okay. Yes. Four up. We're good. Well, 3 up. One of them is very delayed. All right, first things first. Before we start on the recap, I'm going to do one more check on Sarah Boone because we're expecting a letter from her in her case. Let's put that there. And we have nothing from Sarah Boone. So it's going to be probably another day or so before we get the letter that we are expecting her to have written already. Where we are is in this trial, it was very spicy for pretrial motions, and some big wins came in for the defense during this. I think probably the biggest win was that they managed to get the judge to agree to exclude any reference to Alec Baldwin being a producer on this show. And that's huge because a producer is in charge. A producer has a responsibility. It's like being the boss. And when your employee does something wrong, it's sort of, in this case, poop rolls uphill, and the boss sometimes has to face consequences. They don't get to say that. The jury does not get to hear that he's one of the producers on the set and that he should have some oversight and visibility into what happened. Not going to come up. Massive win. There's also they're not going to be allowed to show a lot of the videos that were shown during Halyna Gutierrez's trial that show Alec Baldwin sort of running the show, being in charge, making demands, urging the cast in sometimes colorful language to get going. Come on, reset, get ready, reload. Come on, let's do one more. That sort of rushing everything, even the reloading specifically that was mentioned, not going to come in. What we don't know if they will come in or not is testimony from Halyna Gutierrez herself. She is currently serving time for her conviction in this case, and she has been called by both sides. And I saw on, I think LNC commentary was saying they're expecting her to testify. They're expecting some sort of deal or something to be worked out. And the reason that she might not testify is because she is appealing. Now, I don't know how effective that may be, because in her case, I don't remember. Can somebody remind me how long she's serving? Wasn't it 18 months? For some reason, 18 months is stuck in my head. That's the maximum sentence that Alec Baldwin could face if convicted. So she's serving 18 months. Guess what doesn't happen usually within, 18 months? Appeal. Appeal doesn't happen. You're gonna end up having an appeal be heard by the court or make it finally to the court after she's already served her time and been done. They're gonna look at it and say it's moot. She's done. I don't know, maybe they want to clear her record or expunge her record or something. I don't know. But the appeal is not going to happen. So she's saying she doesn't want to testify. She doesn't want to help the prosecution specifically, but she doesn't want to testify because that could hurt her appeal. If she does win an appeal, for some reason, if they manage to hear this appeal very soon and grant it, then of course anything she says in this court, it might be an issue if she gets tried again in this. And you say moot, we say mute. Mute is M-U-T-E, right? But moot. How do we get, Vicky, by the way, thanks for the raid this morning, by the way. How do you get mute out of moot? This one sounds like a cow right here. And this one sounds like a cat. Mute. Like that. I go with the cow version. Although I say many things wrong, and you guys just tolerate it. So possibly proffer agreement. We'll see if they have an agreement where they let her testify, and it's weird. She's convicted. Would they give her immunity? I don't know. Did I see something? They moved her to be closer to the courthouse. I think that she will be brought in. But they can't put her on the stand if they know that she's going to plead the fifth. It's just, it's crazy. So anyway, let's see. So we had spicy pretrial motions. All these things came up. I would say the defense had some big wins, some very big wins. And then once trial started, we realized that these two sides, I don't know if they really dislike each other, sort of like the Maya and J Hatch teams disliked each other, but there's indications that there's not good feelings between them, and those we've seen some reports on Twitter, some people who are court watching that have overheard or claim to have overheard conversations. I can't vouch for their authenticity, but there's Mr. Baldwin showing up at court right now, about to run in with his lawyer. Wow, it's like the paparazzi didn't have time to set up. They weren't expecting it or something.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Bailiffs at the ready. Legal team is there. No family possibly family. No, that's more legal team. Possibly no family today. So they're just arriving. It'll be just a bit before court starts. Probably about half an hour.
Someone with more experience.
So we've got the spicy, the pretrial motions in limine that have been ruled on. Almost all of them. There was a couple things that the judge is still going to listen to in the moment, and I think we will get a little bit of that video of Alec being in charge, sort of rushing things on the set. I think we get a tiny bit if the foundation is laid correctly. Otherwise, the judge says it's probably not much of that's coming in. But we're going to see how that goes going forward. The state has presented in their opening in this trial was very soft, and they used I forget her name, was Miss Johnson. I don't recall if it's Miss Johnson, but they used the new prosecutor, the special prosecutor, who is just joined the team 3 months ago, and I will say she has great listening skills, or at least she looks like she has great listening skills. When she asks a witness a question, she looks at them and listens for the answer. Many other lawyers are prepping their next question when they do that because they know the answer the witness is going to give. But she does a good job. She has a very soft approach. There's no sense of hint of bias in her discussion. like in the way she presents things. There's no fire in her belly when she's she doesn't. At least we haven't seen from her that gotcha, or we're gonna get this, drag this answer out of you a moment. And so she presented this just matter of factly, a little bit sort of wrapped in cotton, and that what she did, that might have been a choice by the prosecution team, because we've heard that the jury has a lot of individuals on it that are very similar age group to Alec Baldwin. That there are a lot of people who probably basically grew up with somebody their age in the movie industry and know a lot about what he does or did, and watched probably his early work as well as some of his later stuff. Interesting, just really interesting that way. We've got to figure out if the jury is going to connect with Alec Baldwin because they know him so well and he's a familiar face in entertainment, or if they're going to relate to the life, the difficulties, the challenges of being an actor, being someone famous with lots of money and and everything that comes with it. And I don't think that's going to be an easy jump for the defense to get the jury to put themselves in the mindset of an actor on set. That's a big jump. I think it's easier for the prosecution to say, put yourself in that situation. If you were on that set, and this is funny because if this comes from the prosecution and they can't use this argument, but if they can present this in a way that the jury looks at this and says, if I was on the set, if I was in that seat and somebody handed me that firearm, would I check it? And if they can do that, they'll convict. They will convict, because everyone will say, with hindsight, knowing what happened, they'd say, I would check it. I would have done that 15-second check, just shake them. Yeah, I would have done that. So we'll see how well they're able to tie to the jury that way as far as that philosophy goes. All right, now the actual testimony we've heard from, let's see, Nicholas LaFleur, witness number 1. He's from the Santa Fe Police Department. He was one of the first people on scene. Nicholas LaFleur did not want to be here. He did not want to be in the Halyna Gutierrez trial. This guy is, I would say, the definition of an unprepared witness. But at the same time, his answers are almost identical to what he gave during the Halyna Gutierrez trial. He's very timid. He was very quiet. He had no dog in the fight, and was able to be led on cross-examination pretty easily to testifying about things that probably a more seasoned officer, as far as testifying in court, might have resisted agreeing to. Not any huge wins, but the defense did really try to cover a lot of ground with him, knowing that they had a witness that was very agreeable and just trying to answer questions. So that was first. Second, we had Timoteo Benavides, who was the lieutenant at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department, day shift commander. Gave also very similar testimony. Even the emotional, why did you do this? Because I had 2 people bleeding out on the ground. We had that same feel of justification of the crime scene. He's a lieutenant, he's in charge, and guess what? Things didn't go right at the scene. This wasn't your standard police crime scene investigation. This was crazy. This was mayhem. This was confusion on every front. And so a lot of the testimony I heard from him was pride in what he did, meaning he tried to do the best he could in the situation, which was just wild and out of control. But really, he messed up. They messed up a lot of things. They did things wrong that sort of clouded the investigation going forward. After Timoteo, we had Joseph Lujan, who's a Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. He's been there for 10 years. More police testimony about what happened. We had body camera footage from the first couple officers as well. That we saw more body camera footage in this trial than we did in Halyna Gutierrez. But we saw basically the entire time the police were in the church, working on Joel and Halyna, and then even into the ambulance for Halyna. And so we saw a lot of that. It seems terribly long, and I don't know. I imagine someone who was there might have said this happened so quick, but oh my goodness, it seemed to drag, those moments where they're trying to get aid and get everything in order and get help and get the helicopter and get the ambulance. And it just seemed just to drag. You're like, get the help, get the help, get the help. And it was difficult. It was remote. This Bonanza Ranch is a ways away. Some of the help, some of the officers that were responding were on the other side of the county getting there. The helicopter had to fly in from a ways away. But it was painful to watch the seconds tick by, knowing that life-saving measures were needed, and they honestly, they needed more than they could get on the scene. That she needed to be at the hospital at that moment to be saved, I think. So we had Joseph Lujan. Then we had the bailiff moonwalk in between. And if you guys want to rewind, it was between Joseph Lujan and Marissa Popple. Marissa Popple was our last witness of the day. She was the crime scene tech. She is the crime scene tech for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. And she started the testimony about the ammunition. And so this is a theme that's going to last throughout this trial. And it's going to keep coming up. But there are a lot of rounds. They use a lot of different words. They use ammo, they use rounds, they use blanks, they use dummies. They have live rounds. These are all different words for different for items that go inside the cylinder of the gun that look like a bullet. Some of them look more like a bullet. Some of them look less like a bullet. Some of them fire. Some of them don't. Some of them just look pretty, and some of them don't even look pretty. You've got all these different bullets, and it's a mess. First of all, and that's just going to grow. This is going to grow into the ugliest pile of ammo we have ever seen, especially when we get into the investigation of the PDQ props and their storage room. It's terrible. It's terrible. But what they have to do is sort through all this mess and jumble of ammunition and real guns and fake guns and holsters and bandoliers and try to pick out the important pieces. And those important pieces that have come out so far was that the bandolier, the gun belt that Alec Baldwin was assigned to, first of all, that his gun was a real gun. They call it a prop gun because it's used on a movie set, but it is a real gun. Somebody else could have ordered that gun and it would have shipped to them. They could use it for target practice. There's no difference with his gun than any other real gun. But when they use it on the set, it's a prop gun, and they're supposed to not have any live rounds on the set. Well, live rounds found their way on the set, and I don't think we'll ever get the answer as to where those live rounds came from. I think the general feeling that I got during the Hannah Gutierrez trials, we felt that they came from Hannah or from her dad accidentally. That I don't think anything was intentional, but things got mixed up. The fact that there were possibly 6 of them, it could have been a gun that was loaded and just left loaded and not fired, and then they're like, oh, let's put everything back away, and the live bullets got put back away with the blanks. But terrible. Anyway, it happened long enough ago that some of those live rounds, or at least one other one, got put into the bandolier of Alec Baldwin. So he had at least one live round in his gun, because we know that bullet discharged, and that's what hit Joel Souza and killed Halyna Hutchins. And he had another one in his bandolier. So they were floating around for a while. But we don't know yet. We haven't heard the testimony yet about which ones are real, because some of them are very hard to tell apart. Some have holes drilled in them for dummies. Some have a little rattle inside. Some of them have nothing inside. And some are shiny and some are patinaed. So we're going through all that now. There's going to be more of that. But the ones that are suspected to be live rounds are being sent off, and they're being testified to by Miss Popple. They're being sent off to the FBI. FBI will do an analysis, first of all, to see if it's a real round. And they can do it pretty easily, because they can just actually take the bullet. They'll pull the bullet out of the end of the gun and see if there's gunpowder and a live primer inside. And if there is, that was a live round. In addition to that, with some of the tests that we've seen, that the information has come back, we've seen evidence that they've analyzed not just the bullets, just to see if it has gunpowder, but the gunpowder itself. Because gunpowder, different brands of gunpowder look different. It's not like all sugar looks the same. It's like little square cubes, or salt looks the same. It looks, under a microscope. Gunpowder actually has different shapes because of how it's manufactured, and so they can fingerprint not as accurately as like a human fingerprint that's all unique, but they can fingerprint the gunpowder to see what brand it is, to see if there's a connection somewhere else. So we'll get to that a little bit as well later today. Whoa, Becca comes with some breaking news. Charges against Courtney Clenny parents have been dropped. Courtney Clenny, OnlyFans murder trial. Her parents were charged with, I think it was tampering with evidence for something they did with a laptop. But those charges were dropped. That's interesting. How's everyone faring? Having to listen to Morrissey scolding us like a principal having to lecture a student again. Kylie needs a holiday. She has a unique style. She really does. She has a style that sometimes rubs people the wrong way. But I don't know. I like it. I like having different personalities in the courtroom and seeing their how they interplay with each other. 80s Music Man. Yesterday, we had a ton of gifted memberships. Everyone was trying to hit Adam Nusky. 80s Music Man has never been green on the channel. And we don't know why. Honestly, we think his account is broken somehow. But we tried in vain. I mean, we tried when everyone else it was green. Like everyone on the channel was green, and we're gifting memberships, and there's no one to receive them. And still 80s couldn't get it. I think he's figured out the gifted switch just fine. It's just broken. Anyway, as a compensation for the fact that he's never been in green, I sent him a hoodie. I sent him a Recovery Addict hoodie. So that was fun. I'm sorry, 80s Music Man. We love having you here. I don't know why we can't get you in green. All right. Let's see where we've got a couple more. Misty Harris, thank you very much. 6 months. Megan Dragon, member for 5 months. You're about to get that yellow courthouse. Almost to 6. Whoop! I made that whoop. My voice almost broke. Don, member for 10 months. Thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as well. All right. What are we excited for today? He's been green on my channel, says Vic. I know, it's just this one. I don't know what it is. I mean, obviously he's not blocked because we can see him. We don't know what made it happen. Look at this brand new jury member. Welcome to the jury, whoever this is. I don't know because there's no name. So blank, welcome to the jury. We might need a name from you so we know who it is. A couple questions here. Christine in Arizona says, why is the redhead female detective sitting at the prosecutor's table? Did I miss something? Christine, this is something we've seen in courts before. And usually the lead detective or the lead investigator works closely with the prosecution. Sometimes so closely that they're sitting at a table. Other times they're like on the row behind. But I think the judge allows it. It depends on court rules, but we will probably hear the testimony from her during the trial. She is one of the exemptions because we know yesterday, right when the first witness started testifying, one of the sides, I don't know which one, I think it was the state, asked that the rule be invoked. The rule meaning they want to exclude witnesses who have not testified from hearing any other witnesses' testimony. The exemptions there are going to be the lead investigator and expert witnesses. Let's see. P the Gecko. Welcome to the jury. Samantha, how do you know it was P the Gecko? But P the Gecko, welcome to the jury. Thank you very much. Stephanie gifted a membership. First thing that went to Alita Lay. Congratulations, Alita. Thank you, Stephanie. Love the pooches too. And it looks like Danny Austin also gifted a membership. Thank you for that, Danny Austin. Good to have you here, Danny. How are you and yours? Song Chef 1 was a recipient. Thank you. All right, let's do. I think we've covered the where we left off. The state finished on direct examination of Popple, so we're now going to pick up with cross examination from the defense. I don't know how much they need to go into this because. The Alec Baldwin, there's like zero talk of Alec Baldwin having brought these live rounds onto the set. They're there. They happened. They shouldn't have been there, but they happened. And we're going to all this testimony about which ones were live. Yeah, he didn't know until the gun went off. That's the first time, and I firmly believe that Alec Baldwin, although you might argue that he should have known, he had no clue that gun was going to go off and fire a projectile when it did, and so anything leading up to that, as far as how the live rounds got into the gun, I don't think it's really important for the defense to pursue. So we'll see if they ask any questions at all, or if they just ask a few and are done. It just depends what they have in mind. So that's going to happen first thing as defense gets cross-examination. I need some water. This water that Weather Watch sent is delicious. I am Captivating 85 says, I've been lurking the last couple months, but I'm still here. I'll never leave this wonderful community. Thank you. 15 months as well. You're welcome to lurk. I know sometimes lurking is the best for whatever we're doing in life. I've lurked on channels for a long, long time and never talked. Danny, I think you just gifted another membership. Oh, that was the first one. I think I just scrolled up and missed it. But Shark says, my main concern is that actors have been killed by blanks before. Specifically, I think you're talking about Brandon Lee. Shark, if I remember correctly, in the pretrial motions, I believe that also was excluded. That we're not able to hear about the Brandon Lee shooting. So that one's tricky. We heard during Hannah Gutierrez a lot about how that happened and why it happened, and how they had how the barrel had an obstruction, and then a blank was put in, had a full charge, and yeah, it was crazy. Ari, are your kids into trials? Age appropriate, of course? No, not at all. They will watch some of the funny clips, like when 2IO Toys makes a funny clip or something, as long as it's clean, because sometimes he clips some stuff that's maybe not kid friendly. Yeah, they like some of the funny clips, and they like the when we played our gangster song and everything else. But he was killed with a wad. It wasn't a bullet. It was an obstruction in the barrel. Something was in the way, and then a full charge was behind it. Corey Hill says, I'm sad I posted my 6-month super chat yesterday, but never went through. Oh no. Sincerely, guy with the camera in his picture. P.S. Feel free to reach out. Corey Hill, you're saying you're a camera guy. Where are you a camera guy? Like where's your home base? We are looking for people who can help us with video. I'm actually looking at the ability to Blackmagic Design has an app on your phone, like an Android or an iPhone, that I think I can configure people. I can set them up on my account so that they can film on their phone, and it will live stream to my switcher. That's something we're working on getting. So this might be important if there are people outside of court that are court watchers who are like, hey, I wanted to show you what's going on. We're trying to get that lined up, but I have yet to find anyone who's using it the way I intend to use it. A lot of them say they can do that on our same network, but I need to do it over the internet. So we'll see if that works. Corey, I'm sorry your 6-month super chat didn't go through your 6-month message. Let's see. Camera guy. Yeah. Yes. Where are you located, Corey? Well, like general area. Sony mirrorless here. Hey, love my, I've got my A6600 is this shot right here. Which looks grainy for some reason. Oh, my filters. Holy cow. Okay, hang with me, guys. This looks terrible. Why'd you guys tell me that my key was so off? Let's connect to the other switcher. See all this grainy stuff around me? All these little bugs there are really no bugs in my studio. Well, there might be bugs, but I don't know of any bugs in my studio. Let's get this fixed really quickly. Let's see. Key edge. Boom. Nope. Clean up the background. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. There goes my shirt. Oh. And we lost. We're out. Okay. Drop that down. Bring that up.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Why is this shirt not working like it used to?
Have them send someone with more experience.
All right, we'll figure out Court. Now my shirt's, now I'm sort of transparent. I'm like a ghost. You can see Court through me. I love this shirt, but it's just too close to my green screen. Oh man. Okay. Let's see. Let's change it.
Shame on you, sir.
Let's get the spill down. Oh yeah. Let's make it the right color. That might help too.
This is not Burger King. People do not get
This
to
is
have it
not
their
Burger
way.
King. Okay, it's a little bit of clear around my neck, but that's gonna have to go. Nope, that's still awful. Are all my lights on? Why does today of all days?
Somebody just sent me a video of
make it a little
roaches
bit red.
fighting. I don't know who won.
Foreground's gone. My background. Nope, it's got to be the key edge.
Are we going to address subject matter
Now the
jurisdiction?
background.
Have them send someone with more experience.
All right, I've got the little bugs right there on my neck, but other than that, we'll keep it.
taking it easy.
All right, sorry for the little sidetrack there. All right, where are we at? We're going to. Well, let's check and see where Court is. Looks like we have. There's a feed from inside Court now. That's nice. Got multiple feeds available. We have a counter. We've been counting a couple things. Well, one thing in particular that's of interest, and that is the glasses. We have a spectrometer. Let me get this turned on. Spectrometer's right here. Super source is right there. Cut. Our spectrometer is up to 119. During trials, for those that don't know, sometimes trials can be a little bit monotonous. Sometimes they're going to be a little slow. And so we like to count things that keep us entertained during those moments as well. So we've chosen to count how many times glasses, whether either on the defendant, anyone on the defense table, anyone on the prosecution's table, maybe even a witness, the judge, anybody forward of the divider between the gallery and the rest of the court. Anytime they take their glasses, put them on top of their head, to put them on the table, take them off, rub their eyes, take the glasses off to rub their eyes, all those things we're counting. Most of these come from Miss Morrissey. Almost all of them. We've had a few from the judge. We've had a couple from Alec Baldwin, but we're counting those throughout the trial. So we call it the spectrometer because, they're adjusting their specs. How does Ryan Hall run his extremes with his helpers? I know I don't know the detail of the brands of equipment he uses, but I do. You're talking about the storm watchers are on the road. Yeah, I have a little bit more robust remote connection than they do. They have a single stream where they're running it through a phone connection. My remote option is a little more expensive and runs 4 connections instead of a single one. 119 in one day is crazy. Melissa, I was just doing the math on the spectrometer. If we get 119 in one day, and this is an 8-day trial, we are going to be arguably close to 1,000. Might be close to 1,000. Looks like the court's starting to have a little bit of motion, people coming in and out, but we'll bring that to you as soon as it pops up here. Let's see, where's 7? All right. Any other questions we can answer before we get some video from court? Gordon says, just checking in to see if late works here on experiment. Oh, that's a cool experiment. Did it work? I don't think it does. I don't think it looks at super chats or membership messages. Gordon's just showing us We have some commands here on our page that are triggered by you in chat. Some of those commands trigger sound effects, and some of the commands trigger a text response. But let's see. I don't think it worked. Kylie Needs a Holiday says, I was a supervised contract worker with a supervised I'll try that again. I was a supervised contact worker with the worst of the worst you can imagine, and my reports would go to court, so I'm always invested. My little 12-year-old ASD man loves watching trials with me, age appropriate. That is awesome. I love it. I love it. Kylie, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Yeah, with that experience, I can imagine you've seen a lot of trials. My real name is Scott. Charles, I'm Scott. Blackbird Squeaks. My connection is a little more robust than the top live weather streamer. I'm just saying that my remote solution is more robust than his remote weather solution. I've got a call, but I'm not sure who it is. Let's see if it'll connect.
Because he's the guy.
It's trying to connect. Here it is. Hang on one second. It's trying to connect, but it's not. I'll try again. Try one more time. It wouldn't connect. Oh, it's because I have the wrong plugin. Sorry, that was my fault. All my faults. Fixed it now. We're good. Now we have phone audio. All right, Alec Cole says, I have a question. If you accidentally pick up a Veet hair removal cream instead of toothpaste, will you die? Asking for a friend. Ella, unfortunately, I have zero experience in this area. Zero. There was a slight operator error. Everyone gets one freebie, and that was mine today. Okay, now they're calling back.
Call from. To accept, press 1.
Hey, this is Scott. Who's on the phone?
Hey, Scott. How you doing? It's the Last Poet from Arkansas.
Last Poet. Thank you. I might have to have you turn down your TV a little bit because the audio is going to be a little confusing.
Yeah,
but
I got you on there, but I turned it down.
We haven't talked in forever. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing great. I've been here. I'm the OG. I was with you for the first Brooks.
Yep.
And I've been riding the whole way, brother. You do a great job. I appreciate everything you do, and you're a very calming and happy place to be.
Well, the Last Poet, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's wonderful to hear from you again. You've been quiet in chat. We miss you, but wonderful to
you know, I say a little something, but I'm not that much of a chatter anymore.
Yeah. Well, wonderful. It's great to have one of our OGs hanging around. That is awesome.
And here we go for the supposedly the trial of the century. This guy, huh?
It's a big one. It's a big one.
Hollywood on trial. You know,
it is, and Hollywood's going to play a role. Whether the jury can relate to this actor, an A-list actor, I think we could call him, and
right.
Or whether they just don't connect and say, no, you're like the rest of us, and you had a duty.
Isn't he the guy that used to play Trump on Saturday Night Live?
Well, now you're going to start politics on the channel.
No, I'm not saying it in a politics way. I'm saying in a humor way.
Yeah. He's played some roles. He's taken some political commentary roles.
Yeah.
Comedy wise, he's been on a lot. He's on just a ton of shows. You look him up on IMDb. He's on a million different things. But he's a pretty good actor. Yeah, other people feel exactly opposite, but there's
yeah, everybody has an opinion.
Yep. Last Poet, it's good to hear from you. Yeah.
Yes, and I appreciate you picking me up this morning, and hang in there. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see you. Bye. Awesome. I haven't heard from Last Poet in months. It's been like nearly a year. I think it's been forever. You can't see me. Member for 8 months says, happy to be back with you after the retrial. I felt like I was cheating when I was watching the trial live with other streamers. No, that's great. I appreciate you doing that. That's why I was delayed, because specifically with Brandy, I didn't want to draw from her because we share the same audience, and she's done such a good job with that case. That's why we didn't follow it live. We're back live on this trial, though. Looks like Mr. Baldwin is coming into court, and seating's been arranged. I think we've got about half an hour before everything starts. They show up at 8:30 for a 9 o'clock start. So, look at Mod Chat for the update on the case we spoke about yesterday. Oh, my goodness. Breaking news. This is different. Halyna Gutierrez to be called to testify in the Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial on Friday. We have court watcher. Breezy's going to be in court on Friday. Halyna Gutierrez is going to be there, apparently, on Friday to testify. That's going to be spicy. Attorney Jason Bowles, her attorney, that's her attorney, confirms that this is coming through Court TV's Twitter, or I think actually through their Facebook, confirms the convicted felon will be transported from prison to the courthouse if she pleads the fifth. It will be done before the jury. Whoa, she might plead the fifth. She might plead the fifth in front of the jury. If she pleads the fifth in front of the jury, that would benefit. I think that would benefit Alec Baldwin. Holy cow. Hazelnut, we already did birthdays. Is there another one we need to sing to? You might have to rewind. You might have been on it. I don't remember who we sang to, honestly. All right. Recovery Addict does a great Ashley Merchant auto-tune. Cute. Let's see. That's not what I wanted you to look at. No, I got sidetracked. I got another text message that came in from somebody else. I got a message from somebody with a password. You received an MMS from a number, telecom.de, with a password. I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to click on it. Let's see, where's the Amber, you sent me something? I'm not seeing it yet, but could be there. All right, let's see if we can get some video from court up for you. It's not a lot to look at. I like this picture better for right now, so we get the rest lined up. Let's see, missed the mod chat specification and instead went to text. Hold, please. There's the text. Okay, I got it. All right, I saw this. Thank you. I got this from a couple different people. This was regarding the unusual child abuse charges filed in the Virginia school against the Virginia school principal in the case of the 6-year-old shooting the teacher. But just bizarre. It's a little weird the way the law works that way, but it makes more sense now. Initially, it was crazy. Tessa Lynn, my house was 90 yesterday, so I bought a portable air conditioner. I got a humidifier instead, not knowing it. Oh my goodness. Rest in peace to me. Have a good day. Oh, Tessa, you bought a humidifier at 90 degrees and then you cranked up the humidity. That is, oh my goodness, I am so sorry. There will be a time, Tessa, there will be a time, probably during the winter, when you can look back on this and laugh. But I feel your pain right now. I feel your pain. Our upstairs, we do not currently have a functioning air conditioning system. Our downstairs does, and it's great. I have zero complaints. I'm so blessed. Yes, this is almost 120-year-old house, but I'm so blessed. It's 71 degrees in here, right? I have nothing to complain about. But about 4 steps up my stairs, going upstairs, you hit a heat wave that just catches you and it just sears you from head to toe as you slowly walk up the stairs. And it gets to be about 92. It's been as hot as 96 upstairs. Yeah. So we, after the sun goes down, we open the windows and run fans, and it cools down remarkably, and then it's comfortable. But man, that just sounds terrible. That's like taking Houston indoors. Yeah. That's awful. That is really bad. All right, court is going to begin shortly. I think we've got just a few minutes. If there are any more questions that I can answer while we wait for that, please let me know. I have AC being installed in my 1927 house today, says Hello Kitty. Well, 2 things I want to say to that, Hello Kitty. First of all, my condolences on the cost, because I know it's not cheap. And second, congratulations. That is amazing. That is wonderful. 105 degrees in Twin Falls, Idaho, and I have a St. Bernard. He's not having it. My cat, he like flops down on the deck and just lays there. He's got a little spot inside like a little brick cove where he leans up against the brick because the brick is cooler there for some reason. I don't know why. It's always in the shade, and that's his spot. And he just stays there all day unless it's time for us to feed him Deer Park water out of the bottle. That's it. So right now it's OnlyFans, Jibbity Bibbity. Yes, it is. I love the name too. It's OnlyFans for us upstairs. It's only a problem if you're one of those people who think they have to wear clothes. There's a solution. Why didn't I think of that sooner? All right, that is exciting. Hello Kitty. You're just going to bask in the coolness. It sounds to me that RA is finally becoming a cat person. I am, and I know I was told I think the cat has a package waiting for it at the post office, but my car's in the shop, so I have to wait till my son comes back.
Call from Tessa.
Tessa, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing okay. Just one more thing. So I had that humidifier. And it was super bad because as soon as we turned it on, my spouse just kept saying, "Oh my God, I feel wet. Why do we feel wet?" And then I didn't realize, oh crap, yep, we got a humidifier. And the bad thing about that is I have all my animals inside, so I couldn't imagine how they were feeling.
They're looking like, you're doing this to us
And
now?
yeah, and it actually got outside. It was actually like Twin Falls. I live kind of, I don't know, I'd say maybe a couple hours from there. So I was at like 105 yesterday. I had to stay home from work yesterday because it was so bad.
That is
yeah,
unbearable. That is, I mean, it gets beyond just uncomfortable, and that can get seriously like life-threatening. Please stay cool.
Well,
please stay safe.
I was like looking online for a bunch of like portable air conditioners because my house is so small. It's like it's a makeshift, so it's from like a garage. So on one side is my house, and then the middle is the garage, and then on the other side is like it's like an office or whatever. So you can imagine my house is very small.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take very long to air it out. So when we got this, I was very happy, and then I come home and I'm like, oh goodness. So yeah, I'll be looking online for some more AC units, but they're probably all sold out.
Yeah, everybody's ordered them already. No wonder the humidifiers were on sale right now. Nobody is buying them. Nobody's buying
and
them.
it was only $150, but online it said it was $300. So I figured, oh, good deal. So I snatched it up. Well, now look at me.
Just wait. Eventually, there's going to be like a blazing hot summer with zero humidity, and you're like, you know what? I just need a little humidity in there. Like, good thing I have a humidifier. I can go ahead and run that.
I know when you said something about the whole winter thing, I just started laughing. I was like, he's totally right. I'm going to be thinking to myself, like, oh my goodness, what in the world did I do? What is this even humidifier good for?
Yeah, that is crazy.
But I hope you have a good day, and I hope that your house stays cool. And to everybody else, please stay cool, keep your pets cool, do the best that you can. And I enjoy speaking with you. And hopefully today, like I said, hopefully I won't get caught watching it while at work.
I hope so. Keep the screen minimized in the corner and maybe an earbud in or something.
I do. It's hard for me to hear, though, because for some reason my speaker is very low. Mm-hmm. So I got to get some headphones or something. But when I hear something important is about to go on, I will stop what I'm doing and I'll make sure to watch. So
awesome.
I really enjoy your channel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Thanks for sharing that with us, Tess. We'll see you.
Yes, of course. Thank you for answering.
Yep. We'll see you. Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
Oh my goodness, a humidifier with that sort of heat. That's got to be unbearable. Yeah, thanks for sharing the information. Apparently Walmart has one store of 250, 8,000 BTU. I believe that's the cooler, not the humidifier. But let's see. Pinky43 says, I've missed you, y'all. Finally, a trial I'm following is live on RA. Glad we can meet up together for that. We're excited. We've got a few more minutes before court begins. As you can see, the cameras are not doing anything. This court has been late consistently. So it's the judge. Some judges are prompt, like absolutely to the second prompt, especially with the jury's time. They're very respectful that way. This judge, not so much. But she has said that the actual time frame for this case is condensed. It's narrow. They've got a narrow window to fit this in. So they have to keep things moving along. If they don't meet that deadline, we've seen before in other cases, say for instance, the Maya trial, when the judge says it will end at this time, you will be done. Not sure that's going to happen in a criminal case because at the end of the trial, the person they're cutting off is the defendant in the criminal trial, and they have something pretty serious to lose more than just money. So I think there will be allotted enough time to put on their defense. But still, I think towards the end of this trial, the way things have been going already, it might run a little bit long. Okay. 108 is what we're expecting today. I'm still under flash flood warning, but let me see if I can see what our temperature is supposed to be here. Oh, it's not even going to hit 90. I have nothing to complain about. It's going to be 87 and 50% chance of thunderstorms all day long. What is SPECT? Spectometer. We're counting how many times mostly the prosecutor takes her glasses and puts them on top of her head, or takes her glasses and takes them off and points with them, or does anything with her glasses other than wear them as a regular glasses-wearing person might do. She is quite animated. Her glasses are a prop, and so we're counting that. And we're also counting the number of times that other people in the courtroom, not gallery, this is important, not gallery, but in the courtroom forward of the little swinging gates, does the same. So we have a spectrometer, a spectometer. When do I head out of town? I'll be gone all of August and the first week or so of September. But I'll still be here. I mean, I'll be on the road. I think it'll affect 2 days of live streaming because we're driving over the weekend. But I'll be live streaming from my Airbnb. We got Airbnbs with fiber internet for a reason. So we'll do the show from the road. It'll look a little different. I might not have my courthouse background, but other than that, it will pretty much be the same for you guys. Road trip vlogs. We're thinking about that as well. My oldest child may fly home from Idaho and ride with us across the country again, which would mean there are 8 of us in the car. 8 people on a 33-hour road trip is a lot of people. and it might get a little grouchy in there. So I'm not sure if we're going to live stream the whole thing. Court's going to begin shortly. Still no feed of anything other than the wall. I'm going to miss Sarah Boone. I thought she was... Hang on one second. I thought I'd be back in time for Sarah Boone. Was she? She's not in August, is she? That's terrible. Upcoming cases. Let me take a quick look here. All right, today is 7-11, right? Is it 7-11 day today? Yes, it's 7-11. Okay, there's a pro se with Judge Wolf this week. We've got Judge Cedric Simpson with the 14s on the protest. That has a huge crowd. That's on the 18th. Where's Sarah Boone? Sarah Boone. She's in October. Sarah Boone's in October. So we're good. She's 10-7. And it might push as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Emmy. We'll be in Utah for Corey Richins, which happens towards the end of August. There's at least a 3-day hearing we're going to be there for. That's going to be amazing. So 3 days, I'll be at the courthouse. I think we're going to live stream the feed using our live view straight from the courthouse to that, probably to Top Mark Media. The thing is, I won't be able to be on camera if I'm there in the courtroom. So we'll figure out how we want to do that. But retrial of Treehouse, that's coming up. That's also about the same time as Sarah Boone, I think. Free Slurpees today, 7-11. Tom Taz says, a spectrometer is a scientific instrument used to separate and measure spectral components of a physical phenomenon. Spectrometer is a broad term often. Yes, and we that's why we put a spectrometer, which somehow disappeared off our screen there. There we go. Treehouse trial is, let me tell you the date on the Treehouse trial. I'm showing 9/6. 9/6 is the trial. Today is Free Slurpee Day, and what a day if it's super hot. If you have a 7-Eleven around, I don't have any nearby that I know of, but Slurpees are delicious. He is still representing himself. Tucker is representing himself in the Treehouse trial. I see Amber's message, but I'm not talking about the Virginia case right now. Yeah, I saw it. I read it. Sorry, Amber. I was trying to focus on the other stuff. The Virginia case is crazy because the principal is charged here. This is for you, Amber. The principal is charged with one charge of child abuse for each bullet that was in the gun that the child brought, which is nuts. Sorry, I'll turn off my notifications on the phone. They're gone, Red Pen. I fixed it. That was the reason. The people want to know the reason for the 8 counts. Yes, that was it. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Sorry, Amber. My apologies. You do great work. Please don't be mad at me. The principal had a lot of opportunities where he should have taken action. Those were the allegations state. Let's see. I think we've got some movement in the court. Everyone's coming up to the bench, so things are happening. I didn't see the glasses yet. Not seeing as many family. Oh, there his brother is. I see his brother in court right behind him. Sorry, but in this trial, all I can see is people with glasses. The woman in gray is his sister. Like the tan with the blue shirt underneath, blue and white shirt. The glasses. I think she's behind Stephen. Is that right? They're not letting many media people into the courtroom. Obviously, the cameras are what they are. They're set up on tripods. They're PTZ cameras, but they're not letting many media people in. So most of the people we're seeing here are either family or just observers who've made it into court. Aunt, not the sister. DUI guy is there. Yes, Larry's there. I saw a little bit from him. Are those serial killer glasses? He is. That is a hearing. The thing he's got in his ears. That is a court-assisted hearing device. I think he brought his own yesterday, which just means he's got some hearing impairment. So that allows him to hear what's going on in court. He was struggling to hear before. He even had his hand over his ear trying to listen to the sound. That'll allow him to hear all the court audio much louder. Wife's there on the right. She was the one she did this when he turned around. She's like, turn around, turn around, turn around, the other day. Glasses are up on the head. We're going to count that one. Up to 120. Working on a little details here. The judges said that all of the objections have to be up at the bench. This is more of a scheduling conference or an agreement going forward. So this would not be an objection. We cannot hear what's said at the bar, unfortunately. There are other cases where we can. This one I cannot. You're allergic to water. I was going to say OBX. The Outer Banks are absolutely beautiful, but they have a lot of water. Thomas says, what's said at the bar stays at the bar. Thomas and I have a podcast tonight. It's at 8 p.m., basically an hour after court ends tonight. We have a podcast on the same channel. It is a break from everything true crime, or most things true crime. It's a reset. It's just a fun time. We hang out. It's live. Please join us. It'll be a lot of fun. So keep that on your schedule tonight, in case you don't want to sleep. Hazelnut, his brother is an actor as well. The one with the glasses and the hearing device. He's an actor. His wife. He showed up at court with his wife the other day. He's a famous person. They've been spotted and been in the news for years. MJC, thank you very much. Hope your work day goes a little quicker. Laptops everywhere. Alec Baldwin's reading his attorney's notes. taking forever up there. Alec Baldwin is one of 4 brothers, and that I did not know. And that's their sister next to Stephen. He does have a ton of family support here. Is he going to plead? No, Angela. He will not plead. That's not going to happen. He's going to take this one to trial, all the way. The whole family are actors. Everybody. Did Spyros enter holding a pair of glasses? I didn't see that. He doesn't have any now. Hands up, see? Look, Judge, no glasses. There's a lot of smiles in the courtroom. So they're joking a little bit about something, but the biggest news is that I saw from that court TV update was that Halyna Gutierrez is expected to be called to testify. She'll take the stand apparently on Friday, tomorrow, that she'll be here in the courtroom. And there's a possibility that she then pleads the 5th. And that could be unique, because that might just end her testimony right there. It's done. It's over. Back to jail you go, or prison actually. Kevin, they're just dragging this out. Looks like we're going to start in about a minute, roughly. What's the story with the look, no glasses? Allie's Softball Life. The spectometer in the bottom right-hand corner, we're counting the number of times that Morrissey or the judge or anyone else, who's a key player in the court, not the spectators, not the family, but in the court, takes their glasses and uses them for something other than to see with. So if the glasses come off on the ground or on the table, if they're used as a pointer, if they're swung around, if they're put on the top of the head, that's what we count. And we had 119 yesterday. We've got 1 already today. Judge told the jury 8:30 their time. I think they plan to start at 9 their time, which is right basically now in about 30 seconds. See when we get audio, which one's going to be best. I wonder if those iPads are like a live view of the transcript or something. I don't know. Is family talking to spectators now, or is that family with family? There's his brother, Stephen. We're counting everyone with glasses, but they cannot be in the gallery. So like the people we're seeing now, they don't count, even though the glasses will go up and down for them. Let's see, Miss Morrissey, does she have them on the top of her head? Are they still there? I think it would be funny if the prosecutor brought some glasses and started just doing the same, or the defendant. She's holding a picture of the firearm. Ooh, we have a whiteboard. Nice. Whiteboard goes over there. Okay. Got to sync up the video feeds here. Just one second. Which one's first? Oh, is there that much of a delay? Holy cow. There's a huge delay. It's like a 15-second delay between our two feeds. We are officially late. My opinion says Alec Baldwin will write a book and make more millions. I think so. I mean, he's already got the documentary idea, so. Hopefully, some of those millions go to the family of Halyna. They've already started writing on the board. Starline brass, nickel primer, and live. Okay, so they're gonna be counting. Seriously? That's our view? Court TV's like, Your Honor, can we move that? Because we're missing the whole trial here. Okay, we're trying to sync everything up. Give me just a minute here. Let's go to 8. No audio yet. The whiteboard is just there. There's no good place for the whiteboard. Fun fact, his brother Steven behind him is Hailey Bieber's dad. Really? Tiffany, I did not know that. His niece is married to Justin Bieber. See, I don't follow TMZ enough to know all the different players and what's going on. I don't have the scoop, the celebrity gossip. Court is just a mess. I mean, there are people everywhere. Maisla says, thanks for the memories, RA. 17 months, Maisla. Thank you. Looks like we're about to get started here. I'm just watching this mayhem. Everybody's about to stand up for the jury. It looks like the walking around looks to have mostly ended. There we go. There's the jury's going to be coming in here in just a moment. Okay, I still have a little work to do to sync up everything, but we'll get there momentarily. Whiteboard's in a bad spot. Really quiet. Okay, just 1 second here.
Yeah, I thought you were in the back too. Steve gave you a sign seat.
Okay.
After I said you had no sign.
They're about to get started. Man, what a delay. What a delay.
Take more than a bathroom break or whatever, and you just need to be patient. We're trying to move the trial along, okay? So, thank you. All right, and I'm sorry,
we're going to jump just a tiny bit.
What do we call it? One more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all could pick up. Okay, and that also means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water. Let's just have some manners on picking up after ourselves, okay? All right, sorry I had to bring that up right now.
Is this witness still under oath, Judge?
Yes, she's still under oath. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
That's fine.
All right.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Investigator Pop.
Good morning.
Judge.
There's a note from the jury already.
All right, why don't we look at these now?
Okay. Everyone's going to approach right now. Already possibly have questions for this witness.
Are you keeping track?
What happened?
Hey, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you asked for Dwayne. What? Didn't hear anything after that.
Okay, I'm calling about the vacation time you had in the past.
Yes.
I'm just doing a follow-up because our records show that you never got to travel. What happened?
I developed a fear of heights.
Really?
And window seats by airplanes. I just can't do that. And every time I tried to travel, they gave me a window seat.
Oh, geez. Okay, no problem. You take care, sir.
Okay, bye.
Thanks. Bye.
I'm sorry, I got a prank call. I didn't have the phone connected right. All right. Yeah, we won't take any more prank calls. They're not prank calls. They're actual business calls, but they think my name is Dwayne, and it's not. But I guess fear of heights. She doesn't have something in her script to address fear of heights. 8. And okay, that's not working right.
Yeah, that's okay with the court. Okay, good morning again.
Good morning.
So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of two categories, the firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the testing. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, you know, the word broken, you know, that I think I heard you use yesterday, it's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be put back together with replaced parts, but as far as, in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence, it is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided star-line brass, silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was star-line brass, silver, and only dummies, or if it was star-line brass, silver, and he also had live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenney kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition, yes.
Right, but you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that at a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
So I want to take a step back for a second. When you go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021, you bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible.
Shout out to Nikon.
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, you know, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same, right?
I'm just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you?
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kenyon, right? You're not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at a scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you and Corporal Hancock, and you would
I object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
As I was saying, Corporal Hancock could be at a scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used, and you, as a technician, would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove, that could be important, I'm going to note that, and once I confer with Corporal Hancock, potentially take that into custody, to take an inventory.
Yes,
okay.
That's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes.
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them, and you tested it for blood, right?
Yes.
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
Yes.
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
So prop blood.
As you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart, and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right, Joe, come on. We need to fix something.
Joe. Hang on. Replay that drink.
You're doing what to it?
Give me just a second.
You're doing what to it?
Yeah, that's the fastest way.
Need to pause for half a second. And back.
Just in the way. It was up there. It was up there that you had a problem.
And I'm putting State's Exhibit 29.
I'm just a minute, Mr. Spiro. I'm wondering if you're trying to figure this out right now.
Brandon says, I don't think Hannah will take the stand. I think she'll take the stand. Her attorney has said to Court TV, at least, that she's going to take the stand, that if she pleads the fifth, it will be in front of the jury. Casey, I think this attorney is really good at some things, but not as good at just the admitting evidence, the process of
Thank you very much.
Of working evidence in the court case.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 29, and in a moment I'll show you Exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you recovered in this case that housed the lethal projectile, correct?
Yes.
And so, and in fact, you were able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
Yes.
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the
Randy,
firearm.
welcome.
Correct?
Good to have you here.
I'm sorry. You're asking if I myself tested the
trigger? Yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence in this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Here comes an approach, and I think we might get another glasses counter here. Possibly. Let's see. Let's go to 3 for a second. I have duplicate audio.
You spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer, and that impacted your future testing, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
Counsel, I'll need a copy.
Sure.
So she's going to have her memory refreshed. The judge doesn't like the way he does this. Before you approach the witness, show the other side.
We're also going to need, while they're looking
Glasses
for
are
that,
off.
why don't we approach?
Okay, I think we're synced up on 3 of our 4 feeds now. Let's see if we can refresh her recollection on the stand. So I think the whiteboard is actually for the defense. They're going to start counting, I think, putting some marks on how many of each one existed. Starline brass, bright primer, and live rounds.
Page in line, Counsel.
Yep. Page 3, lines 9 through 11. And I'm showing the witness. Does this, and as you can see from up here, this is a lapel camera from 1021, a lapel recording from. And do you see this answer here?
Does that refresh your recollection is the word he needs to say.
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Baldwin told you that he cocked the gun?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it happened?
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So, did but when you made the request,
Objection, let's approach.
Oh, glasses on top of the head. 1, 2, 3. But when you made the request, what was the objection there? She's frustrated. Court reporter's jamming to a little bit of, I don't know. Wrong answer is only what music is she listening to? You think Tupac? Brandy? Is that what you... I'm just guessing what Brandy would guess. Another one bites the dust. Tool. Got a couple answers for Tool back to back. Rob Zombie. Rammstein. Du hast, bitch. Little Thunderstruck. AC/DC. Some Nin. Taylor Swift. Linda, I see that. Santana. All good options. A little bit of ABBA. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Industrial Techno. Merle Haggard. Nickelback, says Greeners. Down with the Sickness. Little Mermaid song. Who Shot the Sheriff? Benny Hill theme song. The answer is always Taylor Swift. It's always. That's what people listen to. Now we're synced up perfectly. My ADD just gets the best of me, or ADHD, whatever it is, and I have to have perfect frame matches. What are we on the glasses count? Are we counting this? Have they been off the whole time? Lots of animated. You've got to realize that the prosecutor here, Miss Morrissey, is very comfortable in this courtroom. This is the relationship she has with the judge goes far before this case. Buffer mod chat. Are you going to make me want to talk about some other case that we're not talking about right now, Amber? Is that what you're doing? Got to possibly, let's see. Amber, that happened before. That's an old one. Kenny Peterson says, Recovery Addict, the attorney's performance, prosecution and defense, not impressive thus far, in my opinion. Did you watch the openings, Kenny? I'm curious who you think came across better on the openings.
Just to go back to the spent shell casing for a moment, was the spent shell casing collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And another question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay. And, you were interacting, as we were left off, with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you, in fact, test the hammer of the... Did you, in fact, request to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
Objection.
It's the first question, and then I'll ask why she did or didn't.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin, did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints, or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab, which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics. of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Papa, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting that.
And when you got to the prop cart, you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or moved any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time, for certain, is that you were looking for Starline brass, silver .45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with a silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
And this idea came up early in the investigation that what if somebody sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was quickly dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set. Fair?
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that as this case proceeds and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart, you don't know whether those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer, live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on the top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2. Right, what was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. It was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes, this round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
And you also showed the jury that these Starline brass nickel live rounds were found in other places on the set, right? This is State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15?
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15, this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
That live round was not the one where the red arrow was.
And so Mr. Eccles, another actor on the set, turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet in his bandolier, correct?
Yes.
Randy, I'm excited for the last.
No reason to think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
You're doing a great job.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going in to execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so when you went inside of the church, you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone who wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
Another comment, another jab inserted by Miss Morrissey.
No, I think the jury introduced it.
What's the count? Well, just because she objects doesn't mean it can't come in. The judge just has to rule on it. What's the glasses count? I've been missing it. And yes, the phone call that came in was from the auto body shop. They found out what was wrong with our car. I told them I don't want to buy a new one. I just want to repair the one I have. But no, the price was right. So, yeah. There's a little bit of a shake. It's an engine mount. So, yeah. Engine mount. Yay. It's only a 4.5-hour job to replace it, so we're excited. And then 2 new Bridgestone tires on the front, an oil change. It'll be 4 digits plus taxes. Easy fix if you have the tools and know what you're doing. I have neither. But we have a budget for repairing cars, so we're all right. we're going to do right. Bottom is 8. Right is 8. Trying to experiment with something right here. Bottom goes to 32, so it's going to be 16. I know it's math stuff, but I'll figure it out here. Mr. Baldwin might not be sleeping well. He's still tired. Live from the kitchen counter. Motor mount repair. Right there. Okay, note to self, thank you. Are we up to 127? I see 126. Upgrade the mounts to neoprene. Is that a real thing? Red Pen says no, we're on 126. Okay, Red Pen, I'm taking your word on it. Ohio, Jen, that's where we are. It's $750 for the motor mount repair, $348 for 2 new tires on the front. Throw in an oil change, add tax, and tomorrow we'll have almost a new vehicle. Steven says, well, it's a good thing you're a famous, world-famous YouTube sensation, making thousands of dollars a decade. Your Lamborghini Yukon will be back to track ready soon. Yeah. I think that thousands of dollars per decade is spot on, Steven. Spot on. Tom, I love the shop that we use. We use Amco in Greenville. They are phenomenal. The work they do is the best that I've ever done, I've ever seen, and their prices are just right. They work fast. Brandy, good luck. It sounds like you got some amazing in-depth research onto the key cycles. I cannot wait for that new episode. Sorry, I got tongue-tied trying to say that earlier. But love the podcast. Labor charges are included. The parts are actually pretty cheap. The labor charges are almost most of it. Yeah, this is gold. When you find a mechanic like this, you don't tell anyone about it, so because you don't want it. First of all, you don't want them to be stolen to some other dealership, and you have to find, or some other place. You want to have to chase them down, find where they work. Lenova just comes in, gifted 5 memberships, getting more people in green, get them out of the slow mode restrictions. Thank you very much, Lenova. Appreciate your support. Lenova's also, I think my de facto stock advisor. She sends me not just hot stock picks, she sends me hot stocks. She tips me to stocks straight to my Cash App, I think it is. Lenova, thank you very much. Love watching them. The trial's a mess. This is glasses are off. 127. Good catch there, Mary Murphy. Trying to see if we can bring you one more, a different view periodically. So I'm working on that right now. Our mechanic was the only thing my ex-husband and I fought over. Glasses are back on. You don't have to count the glass back on, but if they come off again, we're going to count them. Christy, we have a Yukon XL. It's the only vehicle that will fit all of us and our gear that will haul us across the nation for our road trip in August. And we took it into the shop. It's working fine. We just took it into the shop to make sure, give it a once over, make sure there wasn't anything that was going to break on us on the trip. And there was, just when we start accelerating, there's a little bit of it feels like a slip, just a little tug, and it's an engine mount, a motor mount. And so with that bad mount, we're going to go ahead and get that replaced. Why not just rent a vehicle? Well, we would have to rent it for a month and a half. And an 8-passenger vehicle rented for a month and a half is probably more than our entire trip is going to cost us this way. So it was a money thing. I think I'll be renting a car for 3 days, so the kids can go do all the fun stuff they're doing while I'm up in court with Corey Richins. The oldest is mid-20s. The youngest is 9. 6 kids. We might have all 6 with us. Glasses are off again or up. We're going to count that. They're up. How was it on the gas?
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
I guess we're going on break. Oh, jury out. It's jury out. We have a discussion. We might get to hear this one. A Yukon XL, we love it. It is a big vehicle, but it has an eco engine where it shuts off 4 of the cylinders when you're at cruising speed. So it only uses half the cylinders, and it gets incredible gas mileage. And the engine just runs. It runs brilliantly. So it gets good gas mileage for an SUV. Oh, nope, it's break. I thought we were going to fight about some things, but instead, we've done nothing. We've had like 3 questions. Bathroom break, maybe. It's not the judge. She's still sitting on the bench. She didn't get up. So it must be possibly a juror that needed a break. What year is the Yukon? 2011? We don't buy new cars. I can safely say never in my life have I owned a new vehicle. I've bought cars from dealerships before, but they've always been used. I've never been. We do a couple things, and this gets into a little bit of our family finances, which I'm happy to share with you. We're a big fan of not having debt. So even though debt is can be managed really well, and you can do things with debt like tax write-offs and things like that, we've worked for a lot of years to get out of debt, and so we lived in a small house and worked. I worked many jobs, went to school, did everything, and we're able to, between the appreciation on our first home that we bought and the lower cost of the home here in North Carolina, we were able to pay off our house, which was a huge thing. It was our last debt. We had paid off. We only drive old cars. I mean, the number of cars we've driven into the ground, and there's no owner after us on that vehicle. There's nobody else. Fixing it is not an option. We have sent many cars to their graveyards, but we do. That's how we do it. And so we're always repairing stuff. But we feel blessed. We're in a great financial position where we own our house. And give me my water back, says Weather Watch. Anyway, I was saying, so when it comes time for cars, we save up money, and then we try to sell the old car. If we're selling the car, not driving it into the ground, we try to sell the car and then use what we've saved up to try to buy a little bit better car than we bought before. I think at this rate, by the time I retire, I might be able to buy like a car within the last 5 years model. I'm never going to be able to buy a new one. But it's not what everyone else is. Not for everybody, but it works for us, and it keeps us happy. How did the bathroom remodel turn out? Excellent. It's excellent. We love it. The installed shower is beautiful. I still have to do the trimmer on the bottom. It's just, for some reason, I can't finish a project. That's the only thing I have left to do, and then we'll be done. But that worked out great. Our Airbnb is rented. We'll have somebody in it on tomorrow for over a month. Mother and daughter are coming in to get to know the area, because the daughter's going to be going to school here. So they've rented for over a month, which is great. We're super excited. But and we have somebody to clean it now. So, oh my goodness, the cleaning lady, I'm going to have her clean our house, I think. She is amazing. Love the Hondas. I bought a little Honda Accord years ago. that I bought a little Honda Accord years ago that was a piece of junk when I bought it, but Hondas will run forever. And I was on a gig. I was running cameras for a college football game. And we're setting up cameras pre-game, and we're about to go live, and my phone starts blowing up, and people calling, asking if they can buy my car. And Mrs. RA had posted on the classifieds on the website that my car was for sale without telling me, because she was just tired of the repairs, and the price she had posted that was a steal. She was basically giving it away, and so my phone was just blowing up, and I'm like, why? I'm not selling my car. Like, we just saw the ad, so I'm calling Mrs. RA, pull the ad. You know, I'm at work here. My phone's going nuts. It was funny, but we did end up selling that car. The guy who bought it loved it. Yeah, I got her back by purchasing a house without her. Yes, I did. This home, Mrs. RA never saw this home until we moved into it, the day we moved into it. And she hates it. She hated it. There are things about the house she still does not like. The kitchen was terrible. We moved in. The kitchen was a 1950s show kitchen. Think avocado green, everything metal, General Electric brand, everything. The cabinets on the walls, made by General Electric. The fridge hung on the wall like a picture. It was a cabinet level 2-door fridge freezer. The whole kitchen appliance, 12-foot long stainless steel top, everything. It was a matched set. It was beautiful. And my youngest, who is 9 now, put a cup upside down in the sink and turned the water on and filled it up. It overflowed the front of the sink and down into where General Electric and all their wisdom placed the breaker box for everything, and it fried the entire system. Replacing it was impossible because there were only, I think, 3 of them that we know of in existence still. One of them was selling for about $130,000, just that kitchen appliance. Our insurance was not going to pay that, so they settled on just replacing our kitchen for us. So she now has her show kitchen that she wanted with granite countertops and everything else. But it was crazy. We went several months without a kitchen. So she likes the kitchen in the house, and now she likes the bathroom because I finished the remodel there, and now she wants me to do the next bathroom. Way to go, little RA. Yeah, we weren't happy at the time, but it turned into a big win for us. Complete with tractor parts. I still have to do the tractor. I have not done that yet. Maybe after Alec Baldwin's trial's over, we'll handle the tractor. I think I've got something built that I'm going to try to turn on here in just a second. Once court starts. How did it end with the poll yesterday? Dog lover. I pulled the video because apparently I gave away my address in the video, but I pulled that down. I apologize. I don't like doing that. But we did have a truck, a big landscape truck, strike the utility pole that sits in the corner of our lot where our internet, our fiber internet cable, which is just a tiny strand. It's tiny, tiny, tiny. I think it's small. It's like the headphone wire. It's that size of strand, and it's mounted across that pole, and then it goes across the street. It's connected there, but they struck that pole and completely like snapped it, but it's still upright. It's like being held in place by the power lines, by the utility lines themselves. The police blocked off about a quarter mile of the street out in front of us, and called the local power company out, and they're like, "Oh, that's not our pole. There's no power on that. That's utility," and they didn't touch it. And they're like, "Good, no problem." And so nothing's happened. So now they have to get everybody who is connected to that pole, all like 6 or 7 utility providers, like every cable company, every telephone company, all the lines that run across there, together at the same time, because each person has to come and take their lines and get them ready and then replace somebody. I'm not sure if they're all going to group together and replace the pole or if somebody's just going to pony up and do that. But they have to replace the pole or else it's coming down in the next windstorm, and that will be terrible. I'm hoping that it doesn't break my fiber internet cable, because it's glass. Driver's okay. Yeah, he thought he cleared it, and then he felt a tug on he was pulling a truck with a trailer, a landscaping trailer, and he thought he hit it. So he came back around and looked at it, and sure enough, it was demolished. We know who it is. We know who hit it. He stopped. He's the one who called the police. He's like, yeah, I just want to pay for it, whatever it costs. I'm like, I would wait just for a minute until you hear what it costs before you just volunteer. The fiber internet is it's a glass wire. Yeah, that's why you can't do sharp 90-degree bends with it. It'll break the glass, and then your fiber basically inserts a mirror inside your line, and you don't get the laser. The internet sounds skinny. It is skinny. It's 2 gigabit up and down, symmetrical. Fiber optics, yes. Keyword being optic. The light, they can see through it. That they send the light. It uses lasers. Or not necessarily lasers, but light. Have your mechanic do it. Walger says, can you give us a ballpark on what you spent on bathroom remodel? Recent postings on Twitter claiming $35,000 is normal for non-luxury spruce ups. This boomer is struck. Okay, we did not. Our kitchen cost $30,000, and most of that was covered by the insurance. We ended up having to shell out about $7,000 of that, which hurt, but insurance covering most of it. That was a steal. The bathroom, we thought we were just repairing a leaky toilet. So going from a leaky toilet tank to tearing out all of our plumbing and everything else. We saved a ton of money because we did all the work ourselves and with a friend. But I think we're close to $5,000 or $6,000 on the bathroom repair. And that was new flooring, new appliances, new toilet, new sink, rerunning all the water lines, pulling out the drains, new vents in the ceiling, new subfloor, everything but the joists. We tore out the plaster and lathe down to the studs. So yeah, it was a ton of work. I can come do things at your house, but it will take like 6 months to get them done. If you have a television that has a fiber optic audio output, this is where most people see fiber optics if they don't have fiber internet. But they have a fiber optic audio output that goes into like a sound bar. That is a fiber cable. That is an optical cable. And if you take that, and you can do it, it will break it. But if you plug it in and have it playing sound, and then just bend it 90 degrees like you could a wet metal wire, and your audio goes away. It's gone. That's what happens. The fiberglass or the glass line can't bend that far. It's not that flexible. It's not like glass, like window glass, but it is brittle. Yeah, we tore apart the bathroom, and just every time we tore something out that needed to be replaced, we saw the thing behind it was worse. And we finally got all the way down and tore out the subfloor. We found that our plumbing itself was bad. Like the lead pipes had corroded, like the pipes themselves, and our plumbing line was open on top, not under bottom, so it wasn't leaking out, but there were holes in the plumbing line. We had to replace all the way down into the ground under the house. We did all of that. Barshman, I love it. This is a dream job for me. This is what I love doing. It's some months are really good. The past 2 months have not been. So there's some months we make our bills. The past 2 months we didn't. It goes in spurts, ups and downs. But overall, we're very blessed. Buy a historical home, they said. It'll be awesome, they said. I love it. I still do. The personality in this home is incredible. I mean, digging into the wall and seeing, we found a 1950s license plate from New Jersey, and this thing's like, this is serious. It's made of steel. VT 464 in our wall. Just we find the craziest stuff. Not sure what this break was for. Thinking possibly a juror had requested it. The judge is a little frustrated, I think, with the pace of this trial. We've had so few questions. This is supposed to be the cross-examination of Ms. Popple, and between the objections and the sidebars, and the delay getting started and everything else, here we are. It's 12 Eastern time, and they've made about 10 minutes of progress. Oh no, another large fire in Maui. Oh my goodness. I hope they're able to contain that. Okay, I think we're coming back. We're coming back here. Nope, we're not. False alarm. Doth Morrissey object too much? She does object. The judge said in the openings when when defense filed a motion and said we don't want the speaking objections, we don't want these whole commentary, objection and then commentary in front of the jury. Judge got mad and said, "I'm going to crack down. You're not even going to be able to object from the bench. Everything has to be up. You have to from your seat. Everything has to be up here." And then you can see already we're on day 2, and we've had many speaking objections with explanations as part of the objection. Wogger, thanks for the kind words. The chat is amazing. You are part of that. Thanks for keeping it that way. Yeah, we're not going to make it in 2 weeks. I realize they have cut out some key witnesses, or some witnesses that the prosecution at least thought they were going to have to bring. But this is just slow. Melissa says we find jars, bottles, plates, forks, etc. buried in our yard all the time. Melissa, I know this sounds disgusting, but the outhouse in old homes was the garbage. And everything that was yucky in the outhouse, once it's filled in and decades have passed, it's gone. It's just nutritious soil. That's all that's left there. No smell, no nothing. But for those that like history, the outhouse is a great, if you can find it, you dig it and you find all sorts of literal treasure from back then. It's crazy. So digging up the old potty is actually a treasure hunter thing to do. We looked for ours. We had somebody come by and probe it with they use like a spring steel rod, and you're feeling for glass is what you're feeling for, because it'll transmit. If you hit glass, you can feel it, and you can tell the soil. But we couldn't find it. I think it's underneath our back patio. Laura says yes, outhouse digging. Tom Ask Jim has an amazing YouTube channel. Okay, you can knock it. You could say you would never do it, but wait till you see the sort of stuff that the outhouse was more than the outhouse. It was their garbage. It was everything. And so if you have like a teacup set and one of them got cracked, they might throw all of them in the outhouse. They'd throw everything away. It's like, well, it's broken. I need a new set. That's a very posh thing to do. But and you can find just incredible items that are like, how did this end up in the outhouse? This should never be here. But old fancy bottles, medicine bottles. Yeah, Wendy's like, yeah, I don't like history that much. Little House on the Prairie style. I need to check out his channel, Tom Ask Jim. Let me look at it on the phone here. Outhouse addiction. I've never dug an outhouse. I say that. I've never dug an outhouse. I've dug a trash pit before. And we found a trash pit where our yard was, and we found crazy things. I think I've got a Model T Ford key. just some old things. We did find some old bits of stuff that we think was doctor's tools, because our house was built by a doctor that way back in, just after 1900. It's payday if you get the labels on them. Yeah, the labels will never be on them when they're buried in the ground, unless you're in some different part of the country. Tisha, sorry, we're still at a break. Because so little has happened today, we don't really have much to talk about in court. Ms. Popple's still on the stand, barely started taking questions, lots of objections from the prosecution, lots of sidebars. We've made almost no progress. And so we're talking about digging outhouses, because why not? No. Wagger says, Googling outhouse construction, 1800s. The people that actually dig outhouses, and okay, you might joke, you might think this is crazy, but some of the glass bottles they find sell for thousands of dollars each. Thousands. That's like multiple thousands. An old straight-sided Pepsi bottle, $2,000. It happens all the time. And so you find bottles like that in the outhouse. That's why they dig, because these bottles can be ridiculously expensive. Plus, they're just beautiful. And it's a thing. Brian says, Brian and Jill, ever had a top puck find? My top find metal detecting was a gold coin from I think it was 1835, 1836, something like that. $5 gold coin. That was amazing. Snarky old lady. It's by the time, think of it, 50 years has passed, it's a compost pit that's all finished composting. There's nothing else. It's sand. It's dirt. It's just dirt and trash. Talking of outhouses, I love this, Ian. What do you call a man buried in a bog for 200 years? Pete. You call him Pete. Christine, did you have a question somewhere? Oh, let's see. Hope this gets to RA. Advice needed on best laptop for an adult starting a 3-year course. It's for coursework. Okay, Christine, here's what I'll say. Unless you really like Apple or Mac products, I wouldn't do that, because they're very expensive and going to be more than what you need. A course is probably going to require you to have something that's compatible with Windows Office products. So I would look for a brand name laptop, probably one on sale, maybe depending on when you need it. I would go to a store like a Sam's Club, like a Costco, and look for a product and let them know that it doesn't require a lot, unless you're doing video editing, unless you're doing some intensive graphics processing, Photoshop type stuff. Most of these machines are overkill for you. If you're just doing, typing up, papers for class, if you're reading material, if you have to make spreadsheets, things like that, just a standard cheap computer will work. I would recommend not getting what's called a netbook. I would recommend something that actually has a hard drive and storage on there. But really, if you get a brand that has some good reviews on it, and you can probably find one for just a few $100s, and it'll be fine. You don't have to spend the thousands and thousands that they'll want you to spend. You don't need a gaming computer to do what you're looking for. I would recommend not getting a used one, though, unless you know somebody or have access to someone who can help you just make sure it's all cleaned up and doesn't have any problems. And then my personal recommendation, because I'm sort of security minded, is I would not use it for anything other than schoolwork. I wouldn't be surfing the web or just browsing the internet. It's very easy to pick up viruses, especially with pop-up ads and things like that can give you a lot of problems. But if you just use it for your college courses, an HP laptop, a Dell, there's just a lot of brands that you can get a good laptop that has, a good, you're looking for something that has good battery life, especially if you're going to use it in college. So look how long the battery lasts. You're not going to need 2 terabytes of hard drive space. You're not going to need the latest and greatest i15 I forget what level we're on the iProcessors, but just a new one would work great, and it can be pretty low end on the specs. Top Pocket is from a TV show where they metal detect Oak Island. I've never got into the Oak Island shows at all. I've been out there, but I've never got into the show. They never find anything. It's always like, oh, we found a sliver. This means this could be from a board. That could be, yeah. There's nothing. I think it's already gone. How come you and I always doing things in sync? Bathrooms and cars. Mostly because I have old ones of both. Yes, if you're comfortable with the Macintosh or the Apple, see how old I am? I called it Macintosh. If you're comfortable with the Mac world, Mac computers work really well. They just work. It doesn't have the customizations and the compatibility that a Windows machine does, but they just work really well. And there's a version of basically everything that a Windows computer can do, you can do on a Mac. It just takes a little bit more know-how to convert things back and forth, possibly. But you're going to end up spending a little bit more on a Mac. I'm all Mac here. I've got 4 of them on my desk, plus a couple iPads, and I love them. But they will charge you through the nose for them. MacBook Air, great. I've got an M2. Absolutely love it. I'd agree with this. A PC, especially if you're not tech savvy for school, better option. It will just work. Emmy is like, I hate my MacBook Air. Emmy, I'm curious what you do with computers. What's your, what makes you hate it? Jim Bob, this is a sore spot with me. I spent, $1,100 on software. And 2 months later, Apple upgraded my operating system on my computer and informed me that with the new upgrade, my software doesn't work anymore. I have to buy it again, a new copy. That hurt. That was when I was going to school and had no money. Hey, we have some commentary. Thal, you calling means that they're going to be done at the sidebar in just a minute. But what's up? Or we're going to get a prank call. One of the two.
I'll answer the question since Recovery Addict is beating around the bush and not answering the question directly about computers. What you need is, okay, listen, kids, your Uncle Thal's talking to you. I never mislead you or give you bad information. Just don't remember anything I've said previously. So what you want to do is what he wants to do, or he or she or whoever it was, what you want to do is if you want to get a computer just for quote unquote school, okay, and you want a price range, you're going to spend about $1,000. You want to get anything that has a GeForce 380 or 3800 with 12 gigabytes in the graphics card, okay? Anything that can run that is going to do you good. You know why? Because it'll run your little schoolwork. It'll also run video games because that's what they're really getting at.
You're getting a gaming computer. You don't need to.
Right.
If you're just going to school.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're going to school to play video games, then you need a GeForce 380 graphics card, but with 12 gig of RAM. But if you're if you're going to business school.
Listen, Grandpa, okay? Listen. I speak kid, okay? What you want to tell your parents, quote unquote, you really need for school, quote unquote, is you need a computer. Find yourself a computer with a 3800 graphics
There's
card,
Larry the
12
DUI guy.
gigabytes. Don't
Sorry.
get the 6. It'll cost about $1,000. That's what you need to tell the parents. Okay, there. Question answered.
$1,000 is a really nice computer, and it will get you a good gaming computer on the laptop side. So the 460 is the best for the bang for the buck, says Jim Bob. Thanks for the bad advice, Thal. Thanks for the bad advice there.
You're welcome. The 460 is better, but the 3800 gigabyte, 12 gigabyte, that is like bottom line now. You can't run nothing without it. Like games won't run, or they might, but it's going to be a catastrophe. But anyway, I'm done spreading my bad influence. I'll let you go.
All right, thank you, Paul. We'll see you.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye. All right. Yes, you can find a laptop for. Usually, it's just under 400. It's about the lowest you'll find a new laptop for that'll work just for running business stuff, Windows documents, going to school. The internet will function. You'll be able to, watch videos and things like that. But if you start getting into things where you need multiple processor heavy programs open at the same time, whether it's compiling software or doing video editing, things like that, a computer in that price range very quickly will start bogging down. And often those cheaper ones don't have much storage or memory, and they just won't run the software very well. But just the internet, Word, Excel, perfect. And plus, honestly, unfortunately, PCs I'm talking about non-Macs are really built to be disposable. If a PC in that price range breaks, it's cheaper to buy a new one than to replace it. So I would look into doing backups for your PC, where you store all your information on a separate hard drive periodically, so that if it does crash, you can just restore and just lose what was between the last backup and then you're just good to go. But just plan on them. They're not going to last as long as a Mac. But AMD or Intel, they're almost neck and neck. It really depends on. I think if you're a gamer, that would be more of an issue than anything else. It won't matter if you're just doing Office documents. We don't know why this delay has happened. It's just been silent. Long delay. Lots of sidebars. This whole day has just been sidebars. Little Miss, I can catch you up. It goes like this. Miss Popple, I'm Mr. Spiro from the defense. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Objection! Sidebar. And that's where we are. We're caught up for the day. We've had almost no questions from Mr. Spiro to the witness, Miss Popple. It's just been objection and sidebar, back to back to back. I've just been backing up to Tom Mark's WeTransfer. Greeners, you could do that, but then I would have a copy of your backup, so you'll have to encrypt it. I will mention this. I do have people ask me sometimes. They say, "Hey, I have a copy of a video, or I have a picture. Or we have a big document or something, and they want to get it to me. And what's the easiest way?" I pay for WeTransfer, which is it's a place where you can dump the document and I can receive it instantly. And it allows larger attachments than email does, because I think I've got like 2 terabytes of space or something, which is more than most computers will hold. Most like off-the-shelf computers. See, Tom did a dig a few blocks from me a few weeks ago. Wow, that's the closest thing I have to that, as far as knowing a famous YouTuber, is my sister had I can't remember. There's a guy who does he teaches not ferrets, but like weasels. What are they? I can't even remember his name. He trains these little animals to go kill rats, and that's what they do in real life. But he raises them as pets. The mink. It's the mink man. The mink man. He trains mink as pets. He raises them in his yard, hand feeds them, and trains them to go hunt mink. And he came to her house because they had a rat infestation that was affecting her chicken coop, and he came there to eliminate the mink. filmed for his YouTube channel and everything. We're up to 129. Good eyes, good eyes. Glasses on the top of the head. Okay, I see the tech guy now is in the blue suit. I think that's a tech guy working on the judge's equipment. And massive laptop being brought up by Miss Morrissey. I think it's a giant. Yep, if Miss Morrissey's up there, then Mr. Spiro should be there as well. The Mink Man visited my mother regularly. That was the Milkman. Just kidding, Greeners. I know famous YouTubers. Their names are Recovery Addict and Brandy Churchwell, 13th Juror. They're great ones. At least Brandy's great. I'm glad I can be grouped in with that. 1:30. And they're back on now. This is a mess. Can you imagine what Judge Beverly would... Oh, top of the head. 131. And back down. That was a quick trip. Can you imagine how Judge Beverly would be reacting to this sort of delay in court? 133. Holy cow. I look away and I've missed a couple. Stephanie says, I wish you could see yourself through our eyes. I have no idea. I don't even watch myself on replay. I don't. And when I was in school, I went to school. I graduated with a degree in communications electronic media, which is basically television production. Okay, that's what I did. For my internship, I worked at a TV studio, live. We handled live news, everything. So I've worked for the news. It was funny because I actually did my internship before I needed to do an internship, because I was supposed to do one for my degree, but I got them to basically backdate it and say, look, the job I've been doing is this, so you don't have to do an internship. And I had my boss write a paper and explain what I do, and they basically just signed off on my internship. But all the way through class, we worked in, we had TV production, we were doing live news shows, we were doing all sorts of stuff, and I did everything I could to never be on camera, ever. I would make sure I would do other jobs. I'd work in the studio. I'd work as a technical director. I'd run cameras. I would never be, even to the point where I think I skipped a couple assignments where I was required to be on camera, but I had done so much work on the rest and even extra credit in some of the other areas that it never impacted my grade. I just thought I've got a face for radio, first of all, and so I don't like seeing myself. I don't like hearing myself. And those are some big rings, big bling, a lot of bling. That's his wife right there. Oh, Alex teasing us, about to take his glasses off. Not sure. That is a huge Mac. That is the biggest Mac Pro they make. Anyway, so I got my degree with basically, I think, only being on camera twice, and that was very brief. And then here I am on YouTube 8 hours a day. So I don't watch myself, because it's one of those things where I sound funny when I hear myself, and I look funny when I see myself. So I just don't watch, and that way I live in this happy, oblivious little bubble where I can't see myself, so obviously you can't see me either.
Call from
Thal,
you thought you didn't have time, but you're back. What's up?
We got more time to burn. We'll try this. We're going to try jump-starting them again in court. The thing is you're wrong about the laptop being $400 and that being too expensive. Listen, guys, once again, listen to your Uncle Thal. I got the solution for you. It's so easy. Okay, what you want to do, okay, is you want to go to the recruiting office, and then you want to, get into one of the branches, probably active duty. Just any one of the 5 will do. It's not a big deal. So you're going to spend about 4 years of your life in the service, and then once you get out, you can go to VRE, which is VOCA Rehab for veterans, and they'll give you a free laptop for college. So right there, you don't spend a penny of your money, and you get a free laptop. See, isn't that easy, folks?
Well, I knew there was a way around the system, but let me just say that yes, it might be a free laptop, but giving 4 years of your life in the service of the country is a huge price to pay. And thank you for doing that.
Yeah, but it doesn't cost you nothing, and money-wise. I mean, you can be cheap like that all day. It's good for you. See, okay, penny pinching away. That's the thing.
For some, it works. Thank you, Thal. Appreciate it. We'll see you. I'm hanging up now. Bye. All right. Alex talking with his wife. Oh. Interesting. I don't think the jury's here. Valerie says, love to RA mods and chat. Thank you, Valerie. You just hit your 7-month mark. Congratulations. 2nd month with that yellow courthouse. You're well on your way towards the orange. Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, we're all ready for this to begin. We've had nearly an hour of delay this morning alone. Glasses are back up. Did we miss that one? Are we still on 136? Moxie Sue, hello to Tennessee. We were going to drive through Tennessee, but we ended up, I think, going further north. We might go through Tennessee on the way back. Red Pen, thank you. Keeping us honest, still at 136. Trying to see if there are any questions here. If you're asking me a question, please tag me in chat, sort of like Donna Turner did here. I just retired from Voc Rehab. Oh, there you go. Just tag me in it. It stands out to me so I can see it a little better. I think he's going to take off his glasses here in just a minute. Not sure what he's reading to himself. Stephanie, I don't know who Bob Wiley is, but when I'm on vacation, I will still be working. It's not really a vacation for me. Intolerant, 7 months. Morrissey is like the fastest glasses west of the Pecos. She is quick. Up, down, off, on. I guess it'll be bingo for everybody if she loses her glasses, because last trial she had 2 different pair because she lost one. Like I think she mentioned that she couldn't find her glasses that morning and switched glasses or something like that. Who's trying to trick me? Oh, Maui Bell, another fire. It's crazy. Please stay safe. If you had to describe your personality as an ice cream flavor, what would it be? I can just think of eating ice cream now, and now I'm thinking, what's my favorite flavor? I love vanilla, but then I also love like pistachio, and I like mint chocolate chip and Rocky Road, and my favorite, of course, is the Texas Two-Step, which is a mix between a chocolate chip cookie dough and cookies and cream. I've been known to eat strawberry. I hate Neapolitan because I don't think that's right. I can't eat it for some reason. Libby, I would love to start a YouTube channel, but I don't know much about anything, and I'm pretty lazy. Well, Libby, here's what I'd say. It's not for everybody, but I do encourage someone who's interested in it in starting, and I'd love to give any advice that might be helpful if you actually do want advice. Here's the best advice I could ever give. Start before you're ready. Okay? Don't wait until you have everything perfect and just start putting videos out and learn from it. Okay? Do something you love. Don't be in a niche that you're like, well, this one's doing well, so I'm going to try that. Look at your life. Look at what you're interested in. Look at where you have some knowledge and expertise and experience. Look at something that you can talk if you're doing lives, that you can talk nonstop to somebody for about 30 minutes on, and start in that area, and just start posting. And don't worry about the viewers. Just wait. Just get used to it. Get an idea. Once you start, you're gonna say, "Hey, I like this. I don't like this." Research some other people in that same niche and say, "Hey, I like what they're doing. I want to try this." Or This might be the new record for longest sidebar ever. Witness is coming back on the stand, so I think we are done now. Finally. I thought they caught the Tennessee guy. Did they not catch him? Oh, glasses off from the judge. I saw it. Or we're at 138. Alec as well. We got the judge and Alec at the same time. 139 says Red Pen. See, that's what happens when I start talking. Don't pay attention to chat. We're back, but where's the audio? It's not for everybody, Valerie. It's for everybody on this side of the bar, basically. That little fence that separates the gallery from the front of the courtroom. So Alec counts. Any of his lawyers count. The witness counts. Any of the prosecutor's defense, the judge. If a bailiff does it, any of the clerks in court do it, they would all count. But it has to be not counting the gallery. The reason being is we might have somebody who watches court and hears about it, and then it knows they're on camera and just does this nonstop, and that would throw it off. We'll have a court watcher there tomorrow. Breezy's going to be there as everyone stands for the jury. And tomorrow should be the day that Halyna Gutierrez gets called to the stand. This whole trial is a spectacle.
Switch over there. No, this is yours.
You may be seated.
Good morning. We are, okay. Good morning again. So I'm just going to, we're going to tech issue, or this is on there? Okay. We left off.
So he's not publishing it yet. I'm just telling him he's going to publish it.
Right.
Well, you have to move for admission.
Okay. So I'm now moving for admission for A3 and A11.
I think he needs to, I'm sorry. I think he needs to go ahead and lay the foundation.
Oh, my goodness.
For the foundation? As you stated on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I can publish that, it's in evidence. As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Offer them as evidence.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
What more do you want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench. But I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3. And can you read that last sentence?
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus. Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it up to the witness. If it's not, oh, it works like this, I guess. Oh, no, it doesn't. So it's supposed to focus on its own. It's supposed to autofocus, so this is not my fault, just so you know, investigate. Okay, permission to approach.
Sorry, I'm trying to see if we can get that other camera view in there, but it keeps changing around. Okay, this
macro on hammer as thumb cocks it, and then line 6 is frontal slow push in on Rust, his hat down, motionless.
Okay, macro is very close up, super close up.
Found and photographed these documents in the church, in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was. I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states 21, I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. When you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that it actually described what he's doing, right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Sorry.
Objection foundation. He's struggled with foundation.
So you have laid the foundation?
Yeah. Did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Yes.
You also recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French in the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
that was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right. So, right. The bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Khanna was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So, while you're now then leaving the church, and we're going to move on, okay, you have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were called
for the sheriff's office.
For the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps. But there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Whoa.
Okay, you need to report that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that was picking up?
We got a hot mic somewhere. It could be.
Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Yes, it is on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could be the whiteboard bouncing.
You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you 812 that's in evidence, right? And those have a like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? I'm showing you 811 that's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always, no.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Yes.
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have 1 BB, or 2 BBs in them, or 3 BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something, would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah.
Or the ball bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition,
yes,
right?
That would be the comparison, yes.
And so one of the questions that I've been asked you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. And so as you proceed in this case, You are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination to it.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust?
Yes. I can explain why the audio
just like
is
we
doing
talked
this,
about with
but
Mr.
I can tell you it's
Ackles
the
and his
whiteboard.
bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14 for completeness. And inside the prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition.
Correct.
And these boxes are sort of, a lot of them are the same shape, make, model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in State's Exhibits, Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you. Sure. Okay. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay. And you see that they are star-line brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a star-line brass, nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck and you have star-line brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag, do you?
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Popple. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this you know, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the search warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30, you said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of
tune out
the
that frequency.
Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
If I can refer to my report to refresh my memory.
It's fine with me, Ron.
Yeah.
This is a gotcha, maybe. There were so many boxes of ammo. This might have just been a mistake somewhere. But she photographed them in the box. There were 17. She took them out of the box. There's, what, 20, 22, 24? It's just, it's evidence, consistency, chain of custody, tracking. Where did all the bullets come from? Where did they go? Nobody knows.
Are you able to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes, so I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense A26, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one, A27, right?
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No, that's I think that's a good way to that's how I figured it out. That's from the right one, though, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean, well, look at the shell casing, Exhibit 28. And we'll go back. 827. We can go back. States 28. Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
I'm trained crime scene tech, yes.
Even more than an investigator or crime scene tech, right?
Correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes.
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
Yes.
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
No.
You turned in your report in this investigation. Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zook?
At the time, yes.
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember that, right?
I do.
That was Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious at all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not. I'm just asking when the man showed up and just presented ammunition to the precinct, did that make you suspicious at all?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
No, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny. Right. And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass, he gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes.
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot and they were spent shell casings, right?
If I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page.
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
Item, set, I think 215. You're going to be better at determining these reports than me.
Yes.
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starline brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Because you were...
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
No, I don't. I don't.
He's
Overruled.
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it, yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found. True?
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and, again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week, at least, right, after the incident in question.
Yes.
Okay. And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenney.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they were probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenney, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant, and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than, I'm going to have to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenney's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box that said JS. right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before, or having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you. Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according is this still what is that? Did I do something? No. Oh, it just goes to sleep. Talking too much. And because you've told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside of the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you didn't search the boxes at the top?
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it. Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property, yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies. Okay. I'll move on. Well, why don't you tell me, what's a grid search?
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Okay, and well, why don't you tell me, what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources and time?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Divided it how?
Meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
A20. What are we looking at here, Investigator Pablo?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay. And what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of... oh, clear. Thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay. And as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
This is an area
and
that
Detective Hancock spent some time
Hannah's
in this
lawyer
room
had
during the
trouble
search,
getting into.
correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And
table.
do you know what all these tools are? Do you have familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay. You don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time, or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there and being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no .45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no .45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom, and you found them, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something.
Has he paid up?
At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Ooh, whiplash, whiplash.
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
Every single...
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
Right, and?
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in it.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found at PDQ.
This is not an expert witness. This is a professional witness, meaning she's law enforcement. So this is regular salary rate she's getting.
At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house. That's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live, no nickel, and you found Starline. You found nickel primer lives, no Starline Brass, right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline Brass, nickel primer live, but it was always one off, wasn't it?
Yes.
And as you continued on your search, you found the green ammo can, right?
Yes.
And again, it was helpfully labeled, right?
Yes, I believe it was behind that box. I think you weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
Yes.
It said empty, right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in States 19 and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live, right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, you know, this is taking a long time, we really need a spa day.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant?
What's relevant?
Does it have any more tendency to?
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
Refresh your recollection.
Do you deny it?
No.
And there are times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
I'm confused. Is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you deny, in parts of your search, just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armorer to have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set, right?
Yes.
She's uncomfortable there.
And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No.
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you, and you tell this jury, that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
An investigator, I understand you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews, where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes.
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
So, you just said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as Defense Z and just approach this.
Alec, glasses off.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame from the hill? Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you going to mark that? Or she's going to identify it and then you're going to...
Yeah. I'm just going to see the refreshes.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about the...
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Take it back.
Wow. It does not refresh your recollection to look at the picture.
And ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to...
X23?
Yes.
What?
Yes, Your Honor, DX23. Oh.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, I need to know.
No. We need to refresh.
It's just a refresh. I can make it DX.
So, but why are we marking it?
Yeah, why are we marking it?
Then I will mark it. Unmarked.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage? Number 6.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, can you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
They're trying to show that they
you didn't take the
treated him
surveillance
preferentially.
footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you had complied with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived,
glancing
correct?
back to the prosecutor's table.
Possibly, yes.
Then to the jury.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not voucher any of the surveillance footage. Correct?
I do not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouchered in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you found at PDQ later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Halyna Gutierrez Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Halyna Gutierrez Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kenny?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kenny?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kenny?
No.
Everything that you did take into your custody, in law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes.
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got in a movie set. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
Yes.
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
No.
Your Honor, please. Can we approach?
Your Honor, please. Can we approach?
Don't do that. I'm going to strike that question, okay? I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it, okay, and the answer.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought a live round onto set, correct?
Correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
Okay. And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection. I need to find it. And while I'm doing that, you did assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawal. You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were at the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, investigate a problem, what do you mean by occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness. Yeah, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
You told me I have a copy. I'm assuming it's the previous transcript.
It is. Wow. Again, it's...
Page in line, please.
Spicy.
The body-worn camera from 10/21/21.
Page in line, please.
Page 3, line 1.
Same objection, Your Honor. Ms. Popple is not in this transcript.
Well, he's what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her memory?
She was there. I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right. Overruled.
You can use anything to refresh someone's recollection. She's going to say that doesn't refresh her recollection. She's got a smile on. She only smiles when she says this. Watch. Here we go. She's going to say no, it does not refresh.
Does that refresh your recollection about what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listened to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Bob?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
Yeah, that's probably incorrect. This is spicy, and she's coming across as not wanting to be helpful or even maybe truthful by saying, you showing me a video with audio of talking to Alec Baldwin will not refresh my recollection of what he said to me. What? That won't refresh. I haven't seen it, but it won't refresh my recollection. She's trying to get out of having to say, yes, that's what happened. That's what was said. Glasses are off. And it's getting, this is still the first witness of the day. She's been on since yesterday. Lawyers are hostile. The witness is getting hostile as well. The objections are speaking objections.
Investigator Popple, are you willing to watch the body-worn camera, the lapel, from 1021 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me it may refresh your recollection, true?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test, I think you call it the drop test, on the firearm in question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on her screen. So I'm going to show you an email in a minute. But
it's crazy that they can't show her documents without the jury seeing them.
You do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for that testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you, in no uncertain terms, that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen, I don't think. You can? Okay. We can show you on the screen, apparently. As I understand.
Is there a reason you can't just walk up and just
You can find it. Listen, you can look at it too. So just
Sure.
come up here before
I have it, right? Okay, we have it.
they have it.
Are we good?
I'm just going to pass up.
Okay, but I need to look at it.
It's just, you never see them.
No, there's a...
We can't hear, but the jury can. They're looking at it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wait,
I
she
have not
has to-
reviewed this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes.
She's so mad. Okay, now the prosecutor, their job right now, this is their witness, and defense is sort of dismantling them one piece at a time. Ms. Popple is sort of crumbling under the questioning. Not necessarily that what she said, but how she's answering is starting to affect her truthfulness, I think, in the minds of the jury. The prosecutor's job is to give the witness a break
What's
by
the portion that you expect to refresh
by
your
making
memory?
timely objections.
She's on the email.
Yeah,
Or
but
sometimes
right, what is the portion of the email that you
objections that are
expect to
bogus.
request to refresh your memory?
Do you all want to be on the recording for this? Let's just.
Point out to me how this
Well,
is supposed
first
to
of all,
refresh your memory.
just if she can look at the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory. Okay.
exactly what I was
Move
gonna
on.
Morrissey lost that one.
And you see your email address on that email?
Yes, I do.
The letter? See if she can refresh her memory.
Of course, I just wanted to point out your numbers.
Whoa, little testy here. All right. The judge has lost control of the courtroom, especially when it comes to objections. The speaking objections that she said she was going to be in control of, she's never had. And it's getting worse, which means the judge will have to start taking action soon, especially if the snark level gets turned up a little bit. Because the prosecutor is, he's not going to stop pushing, and Miss Morrissey's not going to stop resisting. And it's just going to get worse because it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And eventually the judge is like, look, this is inappropriate in front of the jury. So we might even get that today. It's going to be good.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it did. Take it back.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing. Can we approach?
You can have my copy. I'll take yours then.
Hang on.
Oh, wait. I want to compare these two. Yep, you handed me the wrong thing.
You need to approach. May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Witnesses cringing, knowing that this is nuts. I've been handed the wrong thing. This is unacceptable. I'm supposed to be able to review something, and she is. She's right. I would say this, Miss Morrissey is correct, that she is supposed to be able to review something before it's handed up to the witness to refresh recollection, just so they know what they're dealing with. And she was handed the wrong document, and then he proceeded. And that is not, she's going to be adamant. She is very, very adamant here that this is just unacceptable. Thal says, I remember EDB, like an eon ago, saying it was a common lawyer to object to everything to distract from the person on the stand if they're getting destroyed. Yes, this is a tactic. It's trying to save your witness. Now, there are sometimes we have seen lawyers that call a witness, get what they want from them, and just leave them. And they get destroyed. They get crushed, decimated up on the stand, and they do nothing. Not a single objection. Sometimes just a hearsay objection or a relevance objection or something is all you need, just enough so they can just catch their breath and sort of like reorient themselves. And in Miss Morrissey's defense here, she is doing a good job trying to break up the onslaught that's coming from the defense, because quite honestly, the glasses are going like crazy. Sorry, we're up to 147. Yeah, it was a quick trip. 148. The specs are flying. Okay. It's getting spicy. This tells me that these two are not having lunch after this is all over. Miss Morrissey's upset. The specs are bipolar.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question.
Ooh, court reporter.
Please.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Put your microphone on. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Sorry.
We can't get through a single question. This tells us that wherever he's going is terrible for the prosecution. Absolutely terrible. They're waving their arms, the glasses are flying. Look at the body language. Shoulders down. Oh, I don't think she's happy about this.
At the time that this testing was ordered,
she lost.
You knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to take our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And please don't come back until 2 o'clock.
Don't come back till 2.
2.
2. Don't come back till 2. Everybody leave. Oh,
all right, we're in.
Okay, the judge has to know that this is turning into a circus. This courtroom is...
All right, we're in recess. Counsel approach.
Your Honor, as I indicated,
housekeeping.
Yeah, as I indicated, we're just going to provide a laptop to investigate the break. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna. Here's what we have. We are going to take the lunch, and we have. I've been really sneaky here. Yes, Angie, you're absolutely right. We're due a goat scream about now because this is nuts, and it's getting worse. It's not done. We've got a break. During the break, what's going to happen? The witness is going to watch that video, which she said would not refresh her recollection, and we're going to go there. It's dialing up the pressure, and I think the defense knows. They knows they've got her on her back foot. She's making mistakes. I think she made mistakes in asserting that looking at something would not help her refresh her recollection. I think that looks very bad for her and her testimony. So she sort of backtracked that a little bit. The objections have had to come in hot and heavy from the prosecution just to give the witness a break. Anyway, so we're going to have a break for a wee bit. Let's see. It is 1:39. Not coming back till 2. That means we come back at 3:30. Here's what I've got. I've already built. Now don't. Everyone's going to go look for it. You're not going to find it. I've already built the new thumbnail for after lunch, and I unlisted it. So nobody can find it unless I link you there. So here's what I want to do, because everyone wants to be first in chat, but I don't want everyone to leave right now before we wrap up here. So what's going to happen is once the live stream here ends, we're going to have the new thumbnail up for the live stream. We're going to start at 3:30 their time, which is, what time is it our time? Okay, somebody help me with the math here, because now I'm really confused. If they come back at 2, it's 4 my time. So 3:30 my time is their 1:30. Yeah, we're going to come back at 1:30 Mountain Standard Time. 3:30, which is an hour and a half. They got a long lunch. 2 hours and 10 minutes until 2 p.m. there. Anyway, so we're gonna once this wraps up. How did you guys find it? Kim, how did you find it already? Kim made it. It's literally unlisted. And Kim made it in. That is, okay, amazing. Kim, you did it. All right. Well, anyway, I'll go ahead and make it visible to everybody. Kim, are you hacking my computer? Details. That is just uncanny. We'll have to ask Kim some questions. How did you find that, Kim? You're good. All right, it's live now. It's live. Apparently, Adam says, apparently Kim cheated. Okay, it's live. We're going to come back then. It's going to get better. This is getting better and better. I expect the judge to come in, and she has to rule soon because the circus is exploding. The monkeys are running around her courtroom making all sorts of noise, and it's getting caught on camera. The jury has seen almost everything as far as the circus stuff. There have been some delays outside of their presence, but the circus stuff has been in front of the jury. That's not good. Eventually, if the defense starts losing a lot of these objections, they're going to say, look, Your Honor, the speaking objections, you've got to make it stop. So they might bring it up. But even though the testimony itself is sort of monotonous and boring, the fireworks in court are just going to get better and better. It's unprofessional, but at the same time, I know why they're doing it, and it's for a reason. Yeah. Oh man. This is fire. It's a firecracker. All right, we're gonna go to lunch. We're take a break. I've already had a salad, but we're gonna have a little bit of a break. I might get to go to the post office box if my son's brought my other car back. Check out. We've got some packages that are waiting. One for Kiki. I think my facial is purple. I adjusted my streaming key and it looks bad, but trust me, I'm not a grape. We're gonna come back. I've got the portal set up so you can go over to the next chat here in just a minute, and we'll be live there for this afternoon and follow all the action. We're not gonna miss a thing. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be live. Let's see. That's the wrong one. We'll be live here at 3:30 Eastern Time, so you've got an hour and a half. Long lunch. Long lunch. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'll probably have another salad. You can never have too much salad, right? All right. Thank you to our amazing mods. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the new people who joined today and those who were gifted memberships. We are going to start again this afternoon. Remember, tonight we have a podcast at 8 p.m. That's going to be with Weather Watch. So we'll probably end right around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 6:30 maybe. And then 8 p.m. we'll have the podcast. So I've got to figure out how Kim found an unlisted video on YouTube. All right, guys, have a good lunch. We'll catch you later. It's the wrong picture. I mean, I like that picture, but that's the wrong picture. Hang on. We'll fix it. We are professionals here.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
There we go.
Because he's the guy.